In this video, you're going to see the future.
Like angry mob justice, baby. Hello, you awakening wonders. Thanks for joining me on this voyage to truth and freedom. Within you, even now, there is a great awakening light, and together we can fuel this light. How? With truth. Today, we will be revealing yet more about the FBI lies of Jan 6. I can't believe we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, we certainly are.
You are the best on-screen assistant money could buy. You really are. What do you want to be careful about? The truth. Can't you handle the truth? We're on Rumble right now. If you're watching us on YouTube, I don't blame you. You could be one of the 6.4 million awakening wonders that is turning that platform that is potentially highly regulated, possibly by the WHO, also by an algorithm and commercial interests, into a place of freedom. Can we build a new Jerusalem here in cyberspace? Of course we bloody well didn't. Now, what about this? There's more revelations about, I'm sorry to say this, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but there's more revelations about Bill Gates and Epstein and blackmail. This comes from a mainstream media source. I do sometimes think, like, whoever murdered
Allegedly.
Epstein, like, unless he just died how they said he died by, what they say, he impaled himself on a spear, like blew up his head, like it was Wile E. Coyote in a cell somewhere.
Official report.
The official report by Mr. Wile E. Coyote, he hung himself on an endless shoelace. Like, whoever it was that did that, they're good at, I'd say if it were that he were murdered, it would have to be someone who's very good at murdering people under difficult and tricky circumstances, because they were able to get someone into that high security, murder, get out, no one found out about it. So anyway, so we've got more...
You're discounting the inside job there.
What do you mean inside? Yeah, we'd have to get someone on the inside, but I'm saying they've got good reach.
Absolutely.
Very good reach. Very good reach.
If that happened, yes, they would have.
Probably not happened. We're going to be talking about, on our presentation, Here's the News, we're talking about Elon and, ironically, conspiracy theories, and his assertion that many of these conspiracy theories under scrutiny and analysis are not conspiracy theories at all, rather dissenting views that are outside the mainstream establishment narrative, which, of course, ultimately always ends up being about centralizing authority and being able to control financial outcomes and assert dominion. There's a blackout on Biden's business bombshells, baby. Did you know that? Well, not on this channel, there ain't. We'll be talking about it. Also, we've got William Hartung, baby, exposing corruption in the military-industrial complex. I know some of you are doing a drinking game where every time I say military-industrial complex, you have a drink, and some of you are suffering from alcoholism as a result, because I'm always going on about it. Well, I'm so sorry for telling the truth, Theo, about important stuff. Hey, you can watch us on Locals. Press the red button in the corner of your screen. If you're on Rumble now, give us a rumble. Rumble us like it's 1999. That's how you rumble someone, gal, if you didn't know. Get with it. And then press the red button and join us on Locals like these lovely people. Tamara Spencer, Cap City, Pivkey. I know I am. It's early in California. Epstein was a tour for the... Oh, no, CIA.
Allegedly.
You can't say that, can they? Can they say that?
You've just described exactly how he was potentially murdered.
I don't think that's... Look, I'm trying to... Whatever they said, that's probably what happened. That is probably what happened. So, listen, he probably ended his own life after a difficult day down in the old... I think. Look.
You're going to have to move off.
Can we stay on YouTube? Because I've got stuff to say. Did you know that the BBC have started a new verification wing that they're presenting like it's some sort of colourful Teletubbies delight? Oh, we're going to be verifying you and stuff like that, funded by in extraordinary ways. We'll talk about that when we leave YouTube in a second. Not indefinitely. We will always remain there to support you, our 6.4 million. But before we get into William Hartung exposing corruption from, you guessed it, military-industrial complex, skull. We're going to talk to you a little bit about some fun news. Like, well, this is about, Buddy Boy Teixeira. Some people call him that. He's the little lad here. He's only about this big. What he done was he went on a chat room and revealed a bunch of Pentagon secrets, Pentagon papers. Well, they're discrediting him like nuts over on Jacob Tipper's CNN show. Let's have a look.
The Massachusetts judge deciding the 21-year-old airman Jack Teixeira will stay behind bars all the way to trial, charged with leaking troves of sensitive classified documents.
Lots of treasure words are sneaking in. Words like treasure, piracy, Jim lad, all of it sneaking into the main.
I'll look it up for you. Have a seat.
Also sounds like sensitive information. Which we should probably have access to some of that sensitive. That, especially if it relates to this ongoing.
I haven't hired anybody for this building.
Now we'll focus on the things that he has done.
Look how little he is. He's only about that big. That's him. If he was stood there, he'd only be as high.
You have the adult this came in?
That picture, a little limpet of a lad.
In addition, he was allegedly not particularly shy about his love of guns and racial.
Yeah, there's the account number is different than what's on here, though.
Guns and anti-Semitic views. I love these views of mine. He says to himself in his comments.
See what I can do.
His supervisors had previously warned him 3 times to stop deep diving into classified material. They even offered to...
I feel like if you are like in the military and you have to warn one of your subordinates, more than once, actually.
I think so.
Like, they're not cut out for life in the military.
Right.
In the military, as you know, remember I was in the Marines that day.
I remember.
Now, one of the things we prided ourselves on, me and the other Marines, was our discipline.
That's right.
Like, if the...
You didn't leak one file that day,
I leaked a couple of files,
Did you?
Cal. I popped out and leaked a couple of files to some of the others.
Right, I wasn't aware of
by
that.
God, if my sergeant major said jump, I said, how high?
I know.
He said jump. I'm like, ha.
Yeah.
That's straight away back to him. That's what I said. Not like Buddy Boy Teixeira.
No.
3 warnings they gave him. He's still leaking all over the gaff.
Yeah.
He's leaking like Joe Biden's catheter.
Allegedly.
We don't even know that he's got one, do we?
don't,
And
no.
if he did have one, he'd probably have it all screwed up nicely. Well, Nixie's missus is a doctor. You'd take care of things like that, wouldn't you?
Sure.
Allegedly.
Of course you would.
The thing about that report...
Have you got something important to say,
Well,
mate?
it's not, I guess I don't know if
Is
it's
it
important, but that's exactly what they do, don't they? They focus on, I mean, even when they're mentioning his love of guns, it's like, let's focus on the individual and the things that we can dig up about him that may or may not be true,
distract you.
rather than the actual things that he had to say.
Anti-Semitism is wrong. Focus on
course.
anti-Semitism rather than the revelations. I have a little saying that I learned from people that have educated me. Principles, not personalities. Don't get infatuated by personalities. Think of the principles and the values behind them. Authenticity, sincerity, truthfulness, honor, valor, service. These are all important.
What was your last 4?
Especially in the bouncy castle business, Gal.
0675.
I would say.
That's where they emanate from. That's the epicenter of those values. In America, you call them jump castles or jump parties. What do you call them? Let us know in the chat. Click on the red button. Join us on Locals. Tell us the answer to that question. In England, we call them bouncy castles. Like that, bouncy. I don't know what you call them in America. In a minute, we're going to talk about the FBI suspending 3 whistleblowers who simply wanted to tell you the truth about January 6th. If you're watching this thinking, why is this guy talking about jump castles? In a minute, you'll be thinking, why is this guy telling us some hard-home truths about the infiltration of January 6th protests by CIA assets?
This is back in March.
Potentially across deep state agencies, numbering in the hundreds. That's allegedly for now. That's allegedly for now, but it's some important information. And given that the FBI are treating these whistleblowers appallingly, like, there's got to be something going on. Anyway, before that, there's this man who's got a bouncy castle business and he don't mind whose toes he has to step on to make it work. Let's have a look.
A jealous jumping castle operator has been jailed for 11 years over a failed plot
Australia, is that?
Yes, Australia.
From their accent.
to ruin his rivals. The Melbourne
Dramatic scene.
Yeah.
On that
Flames.
Australian. Flames, this guy, like, normally when you see that shot of someone, that glassy-eyed stare,
Yes.
it's Dahmer, isn't it? It's
Right.
Jeffrey Dahmer. It's
Yeah.
someone who guzzles people down after they've had their wicked way.
Yes.
Isn't it? Normally,
He's done
9
work.
times out of 10. Isn't it, mate?
Yeah, he's done worse than deflating bouncy castles.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, deflating bouncy castles, that's out of order. If you make your livelihood out of castles that are pneumatic, filled with air, and you jump up and down them, dangerous in themselves, but not as dangerous as dinner with Jeffrey Dahmer. What's the second course? I've been enjoying this first bit. You're the third course, mate. That's what we're having next, is little bits of you.
Correct. I was going to make a not as bad as... No,
Go on, are you going to do...
You
What
made
joke?
a dinner with Jeffrey Dahmer joke. I was going to say dinner with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh,
We'll get onto that
let
later.
me know in the chat what you would do about that, because they're quite saucy ones available. Bouncy castles need bouncy bouncers. My dinner with Dahmer does Russ read paid comments. Does Russ only read paid comments? Well, you've not paid, Frenchie. In fact, none of them are paid because we don't really push that. But you can pay, and if you can pay, we can arrange drug addicts. So, what's wrong with that? It depends. What if they're still using drugs? They go and take drugs, wouldn't they? Of course they would. William Hartung's come out later to talk to us about the military-industrial complex. Drug. But let's find out a bit more about these bouncy castles before we tell you that the FBI broke the law nearly 300,000 times, spying, if you're an American, on you. Potentially. It's not definitely you, but you probably, maybe one of the 300,000 people could be watching.
Yeah.
To access and manage your account quickly and conveniently, we recommend downloading the Rapid Pay mobile app or visiting our website at rapidfs.com.
The BBC
Para continuar en
they'll be
español,
on you.
marque dos.
They'll be all over you like their presenters in the 80s.
Allegedly.
If you are trying to activate your first card, press
All right,
1.
okay, so listen,
You're trying-
let's have a... Karen, what do you want to know about this bouncy castle guy? Why are we not concentrating?
To better assist you, we need to collect a few pieces of information. To access your account by the 16-digit card number, press 1.
who wanted to be king. So he
All right, he's a baron.
Please enter the 16-digit number on the front of your card now.
You can use the rest of your body to say things, not just your sinuses. He was a baron, a bouncy castle baron, but he wanted to be king. Like Macbeth, that is. Macbeth's a thane, but hang on. Shall we kill King Duncan and become king? I don't know about that, mate. You'll be racked with terrible guilt. Will it be worth all the trouble? Yeah, says his wife.
Our
But then-
system is currently reading your account as locked, which is preventing us from activating your card.
Everyone.
There you go.
Please go to the
Arson attacks
cardholder
on rival
website on the
party
back
hire
of your card,
businesses in a bid to
rapids.com,
rule the
and
world.
follow the prompts to unlock your
Someone
account.
here says,
You can then
there you go,
activate your card and
neon
send your
Demarian.
PIN via the
Cannibalism is a very bad
cardholder.
idea. You could end up with a very nasty prion disease called, didn't it move forward?
Okay.
Oh, man.
The website.
Called Kuru. That's a disease you can get from eating flesh.
Okay.
So think twice, guys.
Counting everything inside, everybody was worried because I was scared that they were going to be next.
Falcon was today sentenced to...
I'm sorry, they're scared.
Everyone was scared in case they were going to be next. How many bouncy castle businesses are there?
Actually, Gareth, there's a surprising number.
Right.
Wait till you see. He was going around on a sort of a rampage. I'd say very much the Genghis Khan of bouncy castles. But a bouncy castle with Genghis Khan, to me, sounds adorable.
11 years behind bars for orchestrating 10 attacks. He then arranged for his own warehouse to be...
To be honest, the market was flooded with bouncy castles. That's too many in a concentrated area, isn't it?
Far too many.
You need to concentrate
The
that.
phone says to use the website, and the website says to call them on the phone.
Like the online space, if you suddenly learn that Facebook or like, you know how like the CIA were involved in setting up and stuff like that, and then they were sort of monopolizing to an enormous degree. Bouncy castle business could do a bit of that.
Sure.
If you are a CIA or FBI watching this, and we know you are, monopolize the bloody bouncy castle business. It's out of control. They're setting fire to each other because of the competition.
Burned to throw police off the scent. You embarked on a mission that caused loss and damage
We
to
have
others
recently
in varying
updated our
degrees.
menu to better serve your needs. Please listen carefully to the following
Because
options
what's the
as they
alternative?
may
Like to the exact same degree.
Yeah.
Card
In each
over
case.
servers
Yeah, you did it.
rapid.
But
To access and
I
manage
also
your
don't know really how
account
we
quickly
did
and
this,
easily.
but we found a
Because
way.
people are
we
different.
recommend
Everyone's
downloading
different.
the
They've got different
Rapid
pasts,
Pay
different
mobile app
promotional things.
or
It's
visiting
different
our
connections
website
to their
at
bouncy castle business.
rapidfs.com.
In fact, you should be applauded. Well
There's
done.
no variation. Freedom, we're letting you go. We're letting you loose. Get out there and run the best
You're a
damn...
scientist.
You're brilliant. I don't know how you did it. You get out
If you
there
are
and
trying
you
to
run a
activate
bouncy
your
castle
first
business and
card,
burn down
press
your
1.
rivals.
Yeah.
If that's
If you're
what
trying
it's
to
like.
activate a
Like you did.
replacement
Well
card from your
But
employer,
eventually,
press 2.
like he had no...
To
He's
report
like
your
Alexander
card
the Great.
damaged
He had
or
no
lost, press
mountains
3.
left to conquer.
No.
That's
For
it.
all other
I've burned
inquiries,
down
press
every
4.
bouncy castle. Oh, there's one that's left. This one's doing well. But this is your own bouncy castle business. Doesn't matter.
To hear
I'm
your
still
current
jealous.
balance,
I'm
press
jealous
1.
of myself.
To
I'm
your
so
recent
sexy.
transaction
I'm jealous of
history and
myself.
other general
My
card
right
account
hand, I'm jealous of
access,
my left
press
hand. I'm so
2.
sexy.
To
I'm
change
jealous
your
of myself.
PIN,
Later on,
press
we're going to talk about
3.
the FBI
To hear
wrongfully
more about
suspending
or
three
to enroll
whistleblowers
in
who revealed
text alerts, press
malfeasance
4.
within the agency.
To check
and
the
they
status
wrote
of an
300,000
existing
times. There you
dispute
go. If you
or to
just
dispute a
making out
transaction
one
you don't
not,
recognize,
that's from the
press
Washington
5.
Examiner. Should we get
For
into this
all
story?
other
Or is there
inquiries and to
anything else
talk with a
you want to know about the
representative,
bouncy
press
castle
0.
Baron of Australia?
We can get into this.
Come on
Yeah.
in. I got facts. I got facts about this, my friend.
To better assist you, we need to collect a few pieces of information.
Right.
To access your account by the 16-digit card number, press 1.
Wrongfully, it
To
depends what
locate
we
your
mean.
account
For
by
them,
your
like I say,
9-digit
right, they were
social
revealing
security
things about
number,
the FBI
please
that
press
didn't
2.
appeal to the FBI. So for the FBI, it was the right way to deal with them.
It's very much like if you're running a bouncy castle business, Australia thinks I can't cope with
Please
these.
enter your
these guys
9-digit
cutting my
social
prices and
security
how am I supposed to run a
number.
business. They're offering a half-day rate for one whole day's access to a bouncy castle.
Yeah.
How can I compete? What if I burn down their warehouse? But FBI obviously have it. Perhaps that is the FBI
Who knows?
already. We would never know.
We wouldn't know. They get about.
They do get
Our
around.
system is
get
currently
around,
reading
get
your
around.
account is locked, which is preventing us from activating your card. Please go to the cardholder website on the back of your card, rapid.com, and follow the prompts to unlock your account. You can then activate the
Having
card
suspended
and
them
set your
without
PIN
pay,
via
refused
the
to release records
cardholder.
that would allow them to seek other employment and leak personal information about them into the media. The FBI stripped their security clearances.
If you would like to talk to an agent, press 0.
This story, they don't. You always
No,
know a bit
that was a
more.
very good summary.
Thank you very much. I wrote that myself earlier. And what makes
To
it even
access
worse
and manage
is
your
that
account
after I
quickly
wrote
and
over 300
conveniently,
or
we
278,000
recommend
times
downloading the
on
Rapid Pay
illegal
mobile app.
searches on Americans. They use Section
gonna
702
keep it 0
of the
until I get a
Foreign Intelligence
human.
Surveillance Act. Now, tell me a bit
This call
about
may
that
be monitored or
act.
There we go.
recorded
This is the
for
one we were
record
talking about
keeping,
last week.
training,
that
and
Joe Biden was
quality
trying to
assurance
extend for ones at the end of
purposes.
the year. This is the one that like Snowden was reading about this that was brought in during the kind of war on terror years of being able to apparently surveil foreign people, but amazingly they seem to be able to surveil all American people at the same time, which is incredible coincidence. So yeah, nearly 200,000 people have been surveilled. These are people
First name is
and
Jeremiah
during the
Brooks.
Jan 6 protests,
Her last name
they
is
were
Brooks.
surveilling people involved in that, but also Black
Jeremiah
Lives Matter, so
Brooks.
kind of spanning the both sides of the political spectrum.
So whatever you're protesting for,
Alright,
chances
thanks so
are
much
the
for your,
FBI giving you such a
briefly,
surveilling.
the
You could
last
say,
name, and
I'm
here, I have your
against
account for
police
last name.
brutality,
I
I'm
hope
protesting
it's
against the murder.
Yes, the account seems to be locked.
You could say
not
I'm
able to access
against the perceived complexity,
anything on it.
contradictions, and hypocrisy within the state. I'm going to do the old January 6th protest. You'll be
I call it,
There ain't nothing
it
you
says
can do.
me.
You ain't gonna get
I
today,
like
it
this
seems.
Well, the thing is, it's a call, you put the number in. I'm sorry, go ahead.
FISA law and continue to carry out queries and electronic spying on US citizens, claiming that such crimes
Has it been
inadvertent
activated?
mistake.
No, it hasn't even been activated
An
yet.
amazing amount of
Just says
mistakes,
it's
nearly
locked.
200,000. Done it again.
Oh no, I've burned down another bouncy castle warehouse. Oh no, another bouncy castle
This is in a
warehouse.
period of 1 year.
So that's a year's worth of errors. Yeah. Oh, that's too candy. Let us know if someone makes a mistake 278,000 times.
That's fine.
Look, you've not cut out for this.
Right.
Like, you keep making blunders. You can look like institutional corruption at this point. If you
0675.
want to join the chat there, like Blessed Old Bird, who's talking about. Oh no, they're just chatting about themselves. Talking about that. let's stop talking about cooking body parts. Right, what's happening in the chat, Gal, is they've gone into cannibalism.
Oh, dear.
Hopefully, just from a commentary perspective, rather than exchanging recipes, although that is the sort of thing that would begin in a chat room on Rumble, I suspect, cannibalism. No, we are all good people over here interested in
So I guess the thing is, things like this, these aren't exactly the things that these whistleblowers were exposing about the FBI, but they are other things that have come up. Obviously, we had the report last week about Russiagate, which we know has now been fully debunked. So there are things going on about the FBI seemingly every day, and now these whistleblowers kind of been treated in the way that they have been by the FBI when they're revealing these kind of things. I guess compounds it for us, because we start to think, well, what the hell is going on at the FBI?
I'll tell you some of the things that have been going on lately, and you're going to love this, guys, because it pertains to January.
Well, it says when we call in and punch in the number that's locked.
Scrutiny
So.
due to not towing the line with regard to that particular matter. The FBI had undercover informants and agents in the crowd. It's been confirmed during the January 6th protest. There were undercover agents and informants from other law enforcement agencies as well, including the Washington, D.C. Metro Police. I didn't know that. Indeed, there may have been hundreds of undercover agents and informants, both local and federal, in the January 6th crowd. That's amazing. According to one January 6th witness, there were 100 to 200 Secret Service agents alone at the Capitol before and during the breach of the police barriers. Between 100 and 200, that seems like a lot. There's almost like every single person there.
Yeah, and I think this is a really.
Well, I mean, if the website will work, we'll do that. Okay, now it's asking for the birthday. Okay, so yeah, we'll use the website.
Confirmed, in case you're a person that's interested in saying things of disinformation, so you can shut down counter.
One individual is alleged to have been in the crowd screaming, "Stop the steal! Stop the steal!" and pushing protesters towards the Capitol building. So then,
no, thank you very much.
How much were these members of the Secret Service involved in what happened?
That's instigation, isn't it? Now, just picture the scene. Now, I know loads of you, and let us know in the chat, join us in locals. Loads of you will have examples of footage which you say looks like people were like dressing up in like MAGA caps and that, taking off their shiny shoes, and putting on their MAGA hats and saying, shouting stuff like "Stop the steal! Stop the steal!" and then pushing protesters towards the Capitol building. You'll be aware of many instances in the past where the FBI have gone beyond espionage into actually setting up terrorist moves. There's a brilliant Chris Morris film about that. There's a kidnapping attempt.
The problem with all of this is that, again, like you always say, Ross, is like kind of remove the issue and remove the personalities involved in all of it. Do we want an organisation that are doing things like potentially being part of, for example, Jan 6, potentially inciting some of these incidents when we don't have access to any of that information? Because what they're doing is polarising this. They're creating an event and saying, these are all these people that you hate, and on the other side, these are all these people that you hate. And it's polarising the nation.
I think they're deliberately polarising us, but they won't polarise you and I.
Not a chance.
We're staying close. Do you know that the majority of Americans don't trust the FBI? Hardly surprising. 69%, don't be childish, of voters believe the FBI violated its own standards. Imagine that's something you'd say to a disgraced spouse. You violated your own standard. Not only do 69% of saucy voters believe that they've done that, with the Russia collusion stuff, 70% are concerned that the Bureau will interfere in future elections. Let me know in the chat. Are you concerned that the FBI could dabble, interfere, and meddle with future elections? It's an interesting story. We'll be looking at the FBI in more detail over the course of the week in Here's the News. And I think now we might slip off slinkily to... We're going to leave YouTube because I want to talk about this. In some ways, I don't want to talk about this. Because whenever we talk about Epstein, I get edgy. Because I know that Jeffrey Epstein, that's someone that was deep in the establishment. Now, we've been told by Whitney Webb, guest of this show, that what you should focus on is the financial improprieties. Yes. That's where there's strong ties to
what do you want your pin to be?
Powerful people. Many of us get distracted by the salacious stuff, which is plainly criminal.
I don't know if it'll let you do that. Let's try it.
But the financial stuff is yet more dangerous still. Now, obviously, Jeffrey Epstein, it's hardly news, had some pretty powerful connections. What is surprising is that it's not spoken of publicly more often and explicitly. Well, the reason for that is because of power.
You have an email?
We can't talk about this on YouTube. We can't talk about it on YouTube. I assure you.
Yeah, but it's asking for setting this up.
Speak freely so that we can bring people together from across the political spectrum. Remember what we said about the FBI story a moment ago. They were surveilling George Floyd protesters. They were surveilling Jan 6 protesters. Now, according to the mainstream narrative, these are two separate poles, right? I would see it differently. I would say these are two groups of people utterly disenchanted with centralized state corruption. I would say that all of those views are valuable, and this is the kind of conversation we want to have, and it's the kind of conversation we can only have on Rumble. We're going to slip off to Rumble where we can speak freely, where it's like taking off a pair of very tight briefs and slipping into a very comfortable negligee. Join us over there in that silky, fur-trimmed little number for a chinwag momentarily. I also want to do for each, don't I? Before we get into the... Did you like that image?
The imagery.
I know, so when I said chinwag at the end of it...
Mother's maiden name?
Sorry, that's fine. Because sometimes, after a bout of the old what's name, the chin is one of the areas that suffers. That unsung hero, the chin. Know what I mean, hey? Guys and gals. Hey, why don't you join us in locals? There's a red button on the screen. Press it. Go on.
The city were you born in?
On your screen. Join us over in locals. Like people over here. Is that a dagger? Please don't. Oh no, let me go. There's been loads more comments. Let's go right down to the bottom. People having a nice time. Jaws, sweet Jesus. Russell says Claude. Russell's on fire today. Says Super Koala. I giggle every time. What? Infant sorrow. Oh yeah, I was in that. All right, join us over there. Listen. So these are well. Talking of your views, here them are. This is a place where we have free speech, or as I call it, Freech. Let's see what mangling has occurred in the graphics department of Stay Free Media with Freech now. Show the last title sequence, Freech. Look how offensive that font is that he's used.
Phone number?
It's basic as they come, isn't
It's
it?
blocky and awful. It's so bad, isn't it? It's like offensively bad on
Yeah.
sort of every single level. That's what he's done. Isn't it weird how he's working? He's just taking weird sound grabs.
5760.
I have the image of a hobo wandering down the side of a road, just snatching cans from a privet hedge, bundling it all into his shopping trolley and calling it a day's work.
Sure.
That's what he's doing, isn't he? He's very much a vagrant. He's the graphics vagrant, is Jack. Please, can you have a look at Jack? Point him out through the window. Let's go. Jack, turn round and face your public, young man. There. Look at him. His personality doesn't seem like someone's doing that. He seems so sort of relaxed, almost like one of the Franco brothers. Very lackadaisical, handsome, doesn't care, does he? Isn't he?
No.
Extraordinary. Okay, look, here is some of your Freech. Not that the graphic warrants your time and attention. Central Scrutinizer. I hope Zelensky is going to be hiding somewhere in every show. Because look, we had Zelensky hiding.
That's right.
Very good. There he is, Zelensky. Who knows when he'll show up again next?
Never know.
Could be any time.
Surprise visits.
He showed up at the G7. He shows up all sorts of places. It's your fam says, your Zelensky is hot. Do you have a hot Putin too? Zelensky is hot. We have a young Putin.
Oh, we do.
Actually, even before Putin disgraced himself.
90-50 after
We used to always call this lad in here, Will.
It's available now, yeah.
He looks like,
Write down,
you can find there's young Putin. Right,
write down the balance. I'm going to write down your login too if you ever want to reload that card or something like
young
that.
Putin. So we've got young Putin, we've got hot Zelensky. Who else
What?
do we have?
Says a lot about our hiring process, doesn't it?
I'll have to ask them.
As long as you are a wartime leader.
Yeah, this one, like I said, it's been ages
we will
since
take
they've
you on
ever
board.
had anybody
Blessed
here.
old boy
Let me
says,
pull
Russell,
this
when
one.
your mind wanders into strange places, does Gareth have a safe word to calm you down?
It's usually no. It's usually
No.
No.
And there's is that actual young Putin?
That is young Putin, yeah.
I'm so confused. All right, so that's young. Have a look there. There's actual young Putin. Now look again at our young Putin. Go on, if you could look at that. It's like him.
It's uncanny,
It's got the
isn't
same sort of insouciant manner, the sort of hubristic lower lip. Everything of a young Putin, very much like someone who's going to join the KGB, be bored with the
Yeah,
espionage and
they took it. Usually they don't let you do that.
rise to president. We've got to keep an eye on that. That's what I say. Human doll, can we come and visit you at the studio?
Yeah. Hope
What could bring us
things work out for you, bud.
Simply a lifetime of devotion. That's all I ask
Okay.
of you is devotion.
I understand because it's a lot closer.
Cal, well, there's a long list. Oh, here you go. No Duganoku says, I'm coming to live with Gareth. Please give him a heads up. Gareth, no go to Doko's coming to live with you, mate. So you might as well prepare the spare room and scrub out the bathtub. I'd say, get that dirty ring from round your bathtub. Oh, you've left your ring round the bath.
Thank God you said bathtub.
You've left your ring round the bath. Right, come on, join us in locals, and you can be commenting like this lot. Let's say he says that while rocking a Jesus look too. Says Jay Gwynwild. Yeah, I'm Christed up to the nines. I love our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and do not purport.
He was big into the gold chains, wasn't he? Jesus.
Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ. He was a bit like B.A. Baracus, wasn't he, in many ways, our Lord and Saviour Jesus. Tolson 718, the portion of the show that can be aired on YouTube is getting shorter and shorter as your mental health declines. Yeah, that is what it is. I can no longer pretend to be normal for long enough for us to promote the show on YouTube. Loves his old dad, dear Jesus, and pity the fool, says C. Mason. All right, keep doing the show, says Mike Farley. Hopefully this will lead to some sort of global revolution. Yep, I hope so. It's possible. Has Elon replied yet? We've got some interesting news in the coming days about that, so do stay tuned. Remember, if you join us on Locals, you see everything first. Any live chats we do, you see first on Locals. That's why it's important you press that red button and join us in Locals. You get access to all sorts of stuff. Yes, we have heard from Elon. And then someone's called DBobby19 says, did Jay-Z like your rap? We don't know, but Jamie, the producer, said that I should bring this up because somehow we're going to see it in some way. Are we? Is that today, Jamie? Not today. Still to come. Cool. Keep that in your consciousness over the coming days because we'll be doing that. All right. So, should we talk about...
Should we talk a little bit about Epstein? And then
I'm scared, girl.
No,
All right,
no.
what had he done now? What had he done now to Epstein? Like once when I was first famous, Mum, like the press turned up and Mum said they thought bothering people all the time. My poor old Mum. They go, we want to talk to you about Russell. Well, what's he done this time? Like that. And that's how I feel about Epstein. What's you done now?
It's more of the same.
It's on The Guardian, mainstream news.
Well, the Wall Street Journal did the investigation, and so what they've uncovered is essentially it's alleged again that Bill Gates had an affair with a young Russian bridge player in her 20s.
Young Russian bridge player.
So
that is a tiny demographic. There
It
can't be
is.
many of them, can there? You
There
can probably
can't be.
find a young. I mean, if you can find a young Russian bridge player, that's going to be her, isn't it? But I mean, it's not like which one of you young Russian bridge players had an affair with Bill Gates? You, one that looks like a paperclip. It's going to be that one, isn't it? The one that sort of bounces up boom, like that.
Yeah, Clippy.
Clippy.
Yeah. Anyway, so he apparently this was in 2010. She was in her 20s. He was much older. And essentially, what is claimed here is that Epstein used this against Bill Gates. So Epstein wanted Bill Gates to put in like 100 million into this philanthropy fund that he was trying to get loads of big donors to contribute to, and Epstein was going to make a lot of money out of this in fees. Also, it was going to kind of whitewash his image after he'd literally been arrested and charged with all those sex crimes, which is again
he'd already been done.
Yeah, that's already happened. But Bill Gates is still meeting him, of course. And so apparently, Jeffrey Epstein paid for, after she decided that she didn't want to set up a bridge website, which was going to cost a load of money. She wanted to go through like coding school. Jeffrey Epstein.
Who wanted to go coding school?
This
the
Mila
Russian bridge.
Antonova, yeah. And this was post-affair with Bill Gates. Epstein met her, paid for this course, and then later, after Bill Gates said, "I'm not going to invest in this scheme of yours,"
Oh, this is
he
salacious,
said,
man.
He wrote an email to Bill Gates saying, "Oh, will you owe me for Mila Antonova's money that I've paid towards
That's
the coding
mobster
school."
stuff, isn't it?
Right.
That's mobster stuff.
Yeah.
So he found out someone that had a connection to Bill Gates, allegedly, and paid for them to do a course.
Yeah.
And I did you a little favor.
Right.
Sorry, I'm talking like that. This is quite tight around my neck.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
dodgy, man. That's dodgy gear. But because Bill Gates didn't he say I only met him briefly?
Yeah, well, that is simply not true. There's all
I only
sorts
met him
of...
briefly when he paid. Oh man, I don't know, man. But
Gates
the
had
thing
mo-
is, we're being watched right now by people that are sort of saying that this is a conspiratorial chat show. So this is only information that's come from Washington Post.
This is
been
Washington Post,
reported
New
in
York
the
Times,
Guardian.
New York Times.
That's simply an allegation that's been made. Doesn't look good. I mean, whatever. The Jeffrey Epstein, it's one of those stories that contains a lot of energy in it. There's a lot of sort of stuff that's waiting to leak out of it.
Yeah, and Bill Gates has massively tried to minimize his involvement with Epstein over the years. You know, in these interviews, whereas we know half a dozen meetings scheduled with Epstein. He's been on his private jet. They met in.
He's been on his
New
private
York.
jet.
He's been on his private jet. They've spent time in New York together. Apparently, he was trying to get Epstein to help him get the Nobel Peace Prize, which is an amazing.
Who wanted the Nobel Peace Prize?
Bill Gates.
Could you help me get a Nobel Peace Prize?
Why would you turn to a sex offender? Like, as if they were trying to set up a meeting for the Nobel Peace Prize.
I'd go to someone like who already had one.
Right.
Tutu.
Sure. Give us a bit of advice.
You're talking Tutu,
Right.
Mandela, your Peace Prizes.
Yeah.
You don't go
No.
to the nonce fraternity. Cut them off at the knees.
That's-
isn't it?
yeah.
If you want a Peace Prize, ask a nonce. If you want a Peace Prize, ask a nonce. You swerve them double time,
Yeah.
don't you?
But I guess what this ultimately does is this in microcosm is what the conspiracy around Epstein is that
What is it?
he had dirt on very influential and powerful people, hence Bill Gates, and he could have used that against them. And why would you want rid of someone who had lots of dirt against powerful people? And what would you do to that person? And then there you go. There's your two kind of conclusions.
Oh dear, pushed it a bit too far, it seems. So why don't you join us over on Locals? Press the red button. There's some crazy stuff going there. Geld, Dante's Inferno has a place for Epstein. Nice reference. Well done. I hope you don't let any FBI, DOJ, CIA subscribe to Locals. Right. If you are CIA, not actually allowed in Locals. Okay. Or FBI. Thanks. This is a free speech platform. So out you go. Go and get. Now, we know how propaganda... Now, should we set up with the BBC propaganda thing? BBC are going to sort of save you from propaganda, and then I can use it to link to the other thing, and then we'll do William Hartung Baby. Right, so look, the BBC now, they're against propaganda, except their own propaganda. Can you say that? I mean, I've worked for the BBC, and I love the BBC. It's a publicly funded platform over here in the United Kingdom, and they've started their own misinformation sort of unit. And let's sort of just have a brief look at how that's going to go down.
Welcome to BBC Verify. Like you said, we are a team of investigative journalists here at the BBC. We are also a new brand, and we are a physical location above the newsroom in London. And
very friendly and accessible so far, isn't it? It's like we're talking about something that's sort of very much for the TikTok online generation.
Yeah.
Like it's multiple screen, it's touch screens, it's a young person presenting it. The style is jocular and affable, but verification, misinformation, disinformation, as you know, are buzzwords that have been created as centralized old school legacy media starts to realize that there are now numerous fronts of competition from the independent media sector. That obviously includes us. Now, you could argue we're not doing ourselves any favors by covering stories about Jeffrey Epstein or January the 6th when we're talking about freedom of speech, when we're talking about centralized authoritarian control of media and government and deep state involvement in social media platforms. But the fact is, we believe those are the stories you're interested in, and we believe it's only by scrutinizing those stories that we can begin to create a new transparency, clarity, and new alliances in this space between people that might previously align with one of the old school taxonomies, like left or right. I put it to you that those ideas are over now. I put it to you that the old media is responding to these new and emergent forces, even though we are nascent, even though we are small. We value our community. That's why it's so important that you press that red button right now and join us on Locals. We need to be tight because look how the opposition are marshalling their forces. They are beginning to casually describe anything that goes against their preferred version of reality as conspiracy theories. We know how that goes. We saw Elon Musk talking about that to the mainstream media recently with regard to the Hunter Biden laptop. Either conspiracy theories or right-wing propaganda. That's the way they describe this stuff. Now, it's also important, I think, to point out that in 2022, the BBC, which is already state-funded, that means a tax is exacted from the British population. It's mandatory to pay for what is called the licence fee, but it's fundamentally a tax that pays for the BBC, which in the past, most of us have been pretty willing to support in the same way that we support, broadly speaking, the National Health Service, believing that it's responsible to have a kind of a public broadcaster. But when that public broadcaster becomes a state broadcaster, that is a different and important distinction. The BBC, of course, received 4.1 million in additional funding in 2022, and one might ponder what the conditions were that were stipulated in order to receive that 4.1 million. It was ostensibly about the war, but you're perhaps, as a discerning and awakening viewer, aware that the conditions that led to the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, while Russia's invasion is of course criminal, involved NATO infringement on former Soviet territories, a coup in 2014 in Ukraine, the complexities of some of the far-right elements within Ukraine, the stuff that's been going down in Crimea, not to mention the current arming of Ukraine by the military-industrial complex, who receive 50% of all US budgets, and 70% of those weapons are very difficult to track, and in fact impossible to track inside the territory of Ukraine. It seems to me there's some questions to be asked there, and a public broadcaster should be asking those questions, not criticizing and shutting down independent media that do that. And if that is their approach, I wonder what is the legitimacy of the ongoing license fee. It's an interesting question for us to ponder in the days going forward.
Yeah, so there's an article in Al Jazeera today about the BBC role in the propaganda machines. It's also the BBC, the propaganda machine of the British imperialism around the globe, as well as in enabling and facilitating the CIA/MI6 coup in Iran in 1953 by doing precisely what it now goes around finding darker nations doing, indulging in fake news and propaganda. So I guess an institution with a history of promoting British imperialism and therefore wars, which should we have been involved in, it's now trying to shut down, as you say, kind of independent media, trying to tell more nuanced opinions of the current wars.
That's interesting, that perspective, mate. The BBC was, of course, minted at the sort of in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, when a new contract was being forged between the ordinary working people of our nation and their institutions. There were all sorts of new endeavours to support the people that had sacrificed so heavily in order to maintain the freedom of the British people. It's when the National Health Service was started, as you can see, it's when the BBC started. But plainly, there was still a kind of an allegiance to the colonialism and imperialism that preceded that period. Any publicly funded state-supporting organisation that suddenly announces a new agenda to shut down competition, opposition, it has to be itself subject to some scrutiny, I would argue. And there was some other stuff in this that we found pretty interesting towards the end. I think it was when they were telling you how it was going to operate.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it's starting to look very much like they are going to come for platforms like Rumble.
I mean,
wow. I mean, when you have a look at it, the kind of things that like Rumble is accused of, or certainly in the mainstream media, in the way that they narrativize Rumble.
Because, of course, if you want to criticize alternative voices, you can't say, we don't like alternative voices because they're attacking establishment power and are likely eventually going to become a threat to our income, whether that's our advertisers or levies that we are able to raise from the public. Far better to say that they are peddling conspiracy theories and misinformation and racism. I'll tell you why. Because conspiracy theories, misinformation and racism are all wrong and disgusting, and none of them would have a place here. But what we're interested in is alternative views. What we're interested in is bringing people together from across the political spectrum. You might have thought yourself left-wing all your life, but really what you're interested in is freedom, compassion, kindness. You might have thought yourself as right-wing your whole life. Really what you're interested in is independence, your individual identity. All of us have more in common with one another than we do with these centralized organizations that are increasingly interested in authority and censorship. They are not our friends. They shouldn't be able to control us. They shouldn't be able to take our money, whether it's the FBI or the BBC. The fact is that many of these three-letter name organizations belong to the past, and that's why they're fighting so furiously against the future.
MIC, Military Industrial Complex.
Yeah, baby, that said that to him. Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at the end of this thing.
Investigating the UK's conspiracy theory movement. I'm trying to understand more about how it's evolved and intensified since the pandemic here in the UK. I'm looking at the alternative media that finds itself at the heart of this movement, and a conspiracy theory newspaper that's a part of that as well. I'm looking at the way that alternative media is funded.
Okay, funding. Interesting. Fair enough. We're looking at funding models.
Looking at its impact on local communities. I'm looking at its connections with far-right figures, and also its foreign links. That's for a podcast series that will be coming out in June. It's called Mariana in Conspiracy Land, and it will be available on BBC Sounds, Radio 4, asking that question, could January the 6th or a German coup attempt like we saw there ever happen here in the UK? So there's a real range.
I wonder if it will cover that on January the 6th there were FBI operatives in the group. That doesn't seem to be a conspiracy theory. I wonder if it will cover the whistleblowers within the FBI. It's important to have nuanced views. It's important to have conversation. But what you cannot have are organizations that pose as a moral authority, when the fact is, and I feel that this is, in a sense, a ubiquitous problem, no one has that claim to universal authority anymore. Who trusts the government? Who trusts the mainstream media? Who trusts the deep state? Do you trust them? Let us know in the comment and the chat. One of the ways we keep ourselves accountable is we listen to you. We recognize that we are flawed individuals. Team Nature's Child here says, if you good people, especially Gareth, should, what does this say? You should work with friendly Geordies in order to get Gareth's future Pulitzer Prize. A lot of people advocating for Gareth to get the old Pulitzer. It's a very, very popular idea. Yep. Now, moving from contemporary propaganda, let's have a propaganda, which is Cockney, for a good look at some propaganda of the past in the form of public service announcement. Let's have a look at a weird title sequence that Jack's come up with, some sort of fever dreamish graphic from the mind of a mate. Well, what has he done this time? Is the audio on in here? So look, this is not a good start. Let's have a look what he's saying. Let's see what he's created.
It'll be a good one.
And now it's actually Jay-Z.
Wow.
It's just a public service announcement.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
It's like sort of if you give a toddler a pair of scissors, you know there are risks, but maybe they'll come up with something interesting once in a while. Okay, as you've just been told by Jay-Z, without getting any consent from Rockefeller Records, here is the public service announcement item, and here's Mr. T with a terrifying public service announcement about the dangers of drugs. Dangers that it looks to me that he's personally familiar with because he's off his nut throughout the whole thing. Check it out.
I get angry just thinking about it makes me mad. Little kids doing drugs, it turns my stomach. That stuff hurt.
Crush his milk for that.
Yeah, he crushed it.
He was so angry about potentially... It was my stomach. And then he crushed the milk for that.
Stop you from living up to your potential. It holds you back.
Your potential. So funny. Like, because if you're a drug addict, what you might do is die. But it's not like, what happened? I was a drug addict, and I actually don't think I lived up to my potential. That's actually not bad. That could happen to you.
Also, anyway.
That's always happened.
I probably haven't lived up to mine.
There are only a few people that have. Yeah. I mean, Michael Jordan, Elon Musk. I mean, there's not very many people, or people actually that just didn't have much talent. That's the other end of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
People that live up their potential are either brilliant or crap.
Mm.
It hurts the user. It hurts his family.
In retrospect, too many necklaces, isn't it? And it can't be comfortable. You couldn't have a sauna in that many necklaces. You couldn't make love in that many necklaces. And I wouldn't be too surprised to learn you might get a rash.
Right.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
I've got one necklace.
Yeah, I know. It must have. It's either ways.
I pity the fool that tries to wear more necklaces I'm wearing. Go on.
No, as do I, yeah.
Do you pity it? Are you going to get on a plane? Are you?
Probably not, no.
I wouldn't have thought so. Go on, what are you saying? Sorry.
No, I don't know.
Want to play a bit more?
Yeah.
And it hurts his friends. I just want to check some sense into you kids that are using drugs and think about using. So remember, don't. Somebody else. Okay?
I like the other people that gather around, like it is a real incident.
Yes.
That's one of my favourite aspects of the commercial. And then the sudden change of mood.
Yeah, I know.
It's weird to come away from that and think, actually, no, I won't take drugs. Because actually, like, I've not took any drugs for 20 years, and I'm thinking I might like some now.
Really?
Take the edge off that.
Right.
I
don't know. I think I'd be down with that. I think if I saw that, I always wanted to be in Mr. T's gang.
The A team.
Yeah,
it's a lot of pressure. Okay.
No, I know.
A lot of pressure.
I'd have liked it.
What would you have? Who are you most going to be? Are you Murdoch? Are you Face? Are you Hannibal? Are you the lady?
I think the lady. I think
what's she called?
It's the lady.
They sued to sub her out. It was actually a bit sexist.
They got rid of her in the end.
Yeah, like she was actually, they had one woman out. Come on, let's have one woman in the A team, because otherwise it's sexist. Actually, get rid of her. She's holding us back. Murdoch was, in a sense, I would say the weak link due to his obvious mental health problems.
I think that would be Murdoch. Would be me.
Yeah, and me.
Yeah.
We're both Murdoch. That's where we cross over. We
Yeah.
cross over at Murdoch. I'd like to be Hannibal. I smoke the occasional cigar, and I do love it when a plan comes together. But the fact is,
you haven't got the calmness.
I'm not calm enough to be Hannibal.
No.
I'd be panicking in that cow shed, wouldn't I? Right, oh God, we could use this combine harvester for something, could we? Oh my God, what does that button do? Help me, Winky!
Yeah.
Hey, listen, should we talk to our guest and not worry about the fact that we need to play an ad in before the guest, so we could just do a message to our sponsor. Okay, listen, we ain't got time to play our presentation. Here's the news, which is good. Is it about Elon and disinformation? Oh man, you're going to love that. We're going to post that up straight away after this, okay? So watch it. Gareth, tell us briefly what it's about.
It's about the conspiracies that Elon is accused of tweeting about, and Elon's comeback is, well, a lot of these conspiracies turn out to be true, i.e. Hunter Biden, etc. Then he talks about Bellingcat.
Oh, Bellingcat, that's good.
Yeah, and then we talk about Biden's business dealings at the moment that is kind of seemingly being covered up by the mainstream media.
Oh, Firegirl 2020 says, who's our guest today? It's William Hartung. We're going to speak to William Hartung in a second. When do you think we should play the advert? Now, guys, before William Hartung. What if William Hartung judges us for our ad? How can anyone judge us for Manscaped? That's the ad. Is it Manscaped? He can't see it, the guest. He'll never know that we even did this. All right, let's have a look at... but look, how do you think we're funding this stuff? How do you think we're funding? Do you think we're getting FBI, CIA money? I'll tell you now, we ain't. We get money off of people that tell you to trim your pubes proper. Have a look at this. Hello there, you awakening wonders. Today's show is brought to you by Manscaped, who are the best in men's below the waist and below the snout and within the ear grooming. Their products are precision-engineered tools like our analysis for your family jewel. Manscaped's Performance Package is the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. You get the lawnmower. This trimmer is the future of grooming, and some say the greatest ball trimmer ever. You get the Weed Whacker Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant, although if there is an odour, I mean, there just shouldn't be an odour on your balls. But if there is, this will rid you of it. The Crop Reviver Toner, Performance Boxer Briefs, and a travel bag to hold your goodies. In this case, the goodies are the products, not your reproductive organs. Join over 7 million men worldwide, not literally, that would be unhygienic, you'd be ankle deep in pubic hair, who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer for you. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code BRAND at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code BRAND. Oh, it's really actually quite satisfying, so you can hear it. Can you hear that? That's the sound of youth returning.
Stay free with Russell Brand. See it first on Rumble.
You might be wondering when I'm next going to mention the military-industrial complex. It's in a matter of seconds because I'm being joined by William Hartung, author of Prophets of War, Lockheed Martin, and the making of, yeah, you guessed it, guys, get ready for a drink, the military-industrial complex. Hello there, William. Thanks so much for joining us. Man, and stop standing in front of a background that's the same color as your shirt. You'll look like a head floating in space, like a Lockheed Martin missile soaring terrifyingly through the sky. Now, before you critique Raytheon and Northrop Grumman, you should learn how to at least unmute yourself. Otherwise, you give them the advantage, sir. Is your mic on, darling?
Can you hear me?
Oh, perfectly well. Thank you for joining us, William. It's so lovely to meet you.
Yeah, it's glad to meet you.
Hey, come on then. What's going on with the military-industrial complex? Is it driven by greed and special interests, or is it driven by national security and a desire to protect the good people of America?
Well, it hides behind the rhetoric of national security, but it's basically a racket for picking the pockets of the taxpayers.
Yes, that's interesting. The US is the world's largest arms dealer. How on earth have we arrived in a position where the most powerful nation on earth facilitates arms sales, even delivering them in some cases? And which is the worst of all of the arms dealing companies, and why?
Well, it's kind of a toss-up between Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. They created the bombs that have killed thousands of civilians in Yemen. They sell to Egypt. They sell to Nigeria. They sell to the Philippines. Some of the most repressive regimes in the world, even as they try to dress themselves up as some sort of arsenal of democracy, they're actually arsenal of dictatorships.
I see. Can you give me that asset list, guys? I can't find that asset list. Oh, is it on this? I can't find it. The asset list for the interview with William. It'd be good if I just give me those things so that at the top of it says William Hartung, and then it's a list of the assets and questions in one place on one sheet, so I can conduct these things with the professionalism our guest deserves. Thank you very much. So the world's largest arms producing companies are, yes, listed there, and by far and away, Lockheed Martin is the greater. What do you think is the relationship between those kind of sales and their donation strategy to, you know, say the Democrat Party, but also the Republican Party, and the expenditure on lobbying, William?
Well, it's directly connected. I mean, there's some members of Congress who tried to cut off to the Philippines, other places, but the industry gave $83 million to Congress in the last two election cycles. They have 820 lobbyists, which is more than there are members of Congress. There's actually 3 or 4 peace lobbyists, so it's obviously not a fair fight. And they hire former government officials to lobby for them, and also 4 of the last 5 U.S. Secretaries of Defense came from weapons companies like Raytheon, Boeing, and General Dynamics. So there's this revolving door that goes both ways, and people profit in both sides of the equation.
While we pull up this Eisenhower quote, could you tell me about peace lobbyists, how they're funded and what their role is? Although, of course, I can ascertain to a degree what it might be from their name.
Well, most of them are funded by individuals. There's groups like the Friends Committee on National Legislation. There's Council for a Livable World. You know, they're fighting to reduce Pentagon spending, to cut nuclear spending, to get us out of some of these wars. But it's an uphill fight, both, I think, because of ideology and because of just the sheer force of money on the other side.
Enoch Powell, who is often credited with inspiring much of the right-wing and ethno-nationalist rhetoric that prevails to this day, once said of Britain, you cannot have Britain without a monarchy. Britain is fundamentally and essentially a monarchy. Once you abolish the monarchy, you no longer have Britain. Do you think the same could be said of the United States of America and the military-industrial complex? Is war so integral to the economic model of the United States of America that it's unthinkable to rid America of this institution?
Well, it's not a huge part of the economy, but it's politically wired because they give money to the members of Congress who decide how much to spend on the Pentagon. They spread their jobs all over the country. They have lobbying, they have advertising. They're involved in government commissions that define what the so-called threats are. So it's kind of a political stranglehold. I mean, we could build another kind of economy, but it would be a heavy lift because of all these political interconnections.
What's the Quincy Institute that you're there representing? William?
We're a transpartisan, meaning we're not affiliated with either party. We work with people across the spectrum, and our basic thrust is end endless wars, more diplomacy. And in this climate, that's a surprisingly controversial stance. Shouldn't be, but in many quarters it is, unfortunately.
Do you find that different conflicts have different inflections to the two parties? Specifically, when speaking about diplomacy ending the current Russia-Ukraine conflict, do you find that that's batted back a lot by Democratic representatives, and with the escalations of tensions between the US and China regarding Taiwan and semiconductors, that the Republican Party seem to be agitating for conflict? Are both parties in the business of war, and are there inflections and accents within that?
Both parties are split. There's more Republicans critical of arming Ukraine than there are Democrats, although some progressive Democrats are at least pushing diplomacy. On the other hand, I think both parties are fairly hawkish about China, unfortunately, at this point, which is kind of the driver of these huge Pentagon budgets, which are moving towards $1 trillion a year if we don't stand in the way and try to stop that.
Yeah, I see. Do you think that we can learn anything other than certain economic affiliations from the way that they perceive these conflicts? Is there anything to be gleaned from the distinctions that you just outlined?
Well, I think the people who are on the take, who get the campaign contributions, who have the weapons factories in their districts, tend to be pro-war on either side of the aisle. And the ones who are less bound by that tend to be free to be more critical.
If I can just pass over to my colleague, Gareth Roy, who has an inquiry for you now.
Hi, William. Sorry about the little noise there. I'm really interested in the way in which I guess calling for diplomacy with the current situation with Russia and Ukraine has become an issue that is now hard to talk about, even seemingly on the left. We kind of know the ways in which the military-industrial complex kind of seems to donate equally to both parties. We know that lobbyists, I think it's something like 3/4 of lobbyists have been previously members of the government. It's all tied up massively to make sure that these increased Pentagon budgets keep going, that money keeps filtering through to the military-industrial complex. And yet, talking about this, raising this as a possibility as to why war is continued, seems to be pushed over to the fringes, to the kind of almost like conspiracy theorists now, to be raising these issues that used to be a left-wing talking point. And I wondered what your thought is on how that has happened, and maybe the influence that potentially the military-industrial complex has had on that.
Well, I think the Russian invasion has just thrown everything up in the air in terms of positions on the left and right. But what interests me is not only is the complex getting tens of billions of dollars for arming Ukraine, but of course, they pushed for NATO expansion in the 90s and have been selling US weapons all over Europe since then. And they're trying to say, well, Ukraine shows we need more weapons, we need to move them faster, we need to build up, supersize the military-industrial complex. So they're seizing this moment to try to get all kinds of favors that they've wanted for years. And much of this is not going to even affect Ukraine. It's just going to line the pockets of the contractors.
Hey, William, we've got a great question here from Ashella in our chat. She says, is POTUS really the commander-in-chief when it comes to the matters of war, or is the real commander-in-chief the person who commands the POTUS?
Well, I think he's restrained in many ways by the political climate, and the military-industrial complex helps to set that climate. So, for example, there was a commission that talked about how we weren't spending enough on the Pentagon, and that commission was appointed by Congress. More than half the members were consultants to the military industry, executives of the military industry, think tanks funded by the military industry. So they have great power in shaping the parameters of debate, of shaping the environment in Congress. So if we had a president who wanted to end every war right now, they'd be up against all that, that kind of political wall they'd have to get over.
When you're engaged in matters that seem intractable like this, how does it affect your personal morality and your personal hope? Do you feel drained occasionally by the scale of your task? How do you feel that this will evolve and develop, the issue of trying to curtail military expenditure and agitation for unnecessary wars? How does it affect you as a human?
Well, it can be wearing for sure, but I'm kind of stubborn. I don't want to let them get away with this. I don't want them to be a lack of independent voices trying to tell people what's really going on. I think in the longer term, we can turn this around, but day to day, sure, it can be depressing, but I'm not giving up. I'm just re-energized, if anything, because there's so much to deal with and so much to push back against.
Well, you get a bit depressed, do you? Sometimes I'm a bit depressed about this.
Well, yeah, there's moments. I mean, we're up against it, and they're powerful interests, and they've been, getting their way in terms of money, in terms of profiting from wars and so forth. But on the other hand, I feel a great sense of mission to try to put out alternative information, and that is energizing.
Yeah, it is, I suppose.
Push back yourself in terms of are you labelled as being unpatriotic and things like this? I mean, you must get those kind of accusations for pointing these things out.
Sure. There's you get emails, you get when you have debates, people try to pin you as pro-Putin and so forth. But I think the best way to go at it is just to dismiss that as ridiculous and make the arguments you need to make and not let it affect you.
Do you want us to send you some encouraging emails solely for the purpose of boosting your morale? So when you open your laptop tomorrow, it'd be like loads of them, like going, yeah, go on, William Hartung, using a new nickname we've developed for you, William Hartung Baby, from the name of the U2 album, deluging you with praise, sometimes bordering on sycophancy and hysteria, just to put some pep in your step as you begin your day tomorrow.
Well, I think, if people went to our YouTube page, I would be thrilled because I'm represented there at Quincy INST. Emails would be great. What would be even better is my first album, named Hartung Baby. I just can't sing, but
that doesn't matter. As long as you can wear some sunglasses and then decades into your career claim it's for an eye condition, you are overqualified for the business. All right, so you can listen to William's new album, Hartung Baby, on his YouTube page, which is, what's it called again, William?
At Quincy INST. All our social media is on that moniker.
Post it in the chat. We'll post all your stuff in the chat. And also, what about William's book, Profits of War? That's with the PH, Lockheed Martin and the Making of the Military-Industrial Complex. You think Lockheed Martin is the worst one? Have they not made anything that's good, like a telescope or something?
Well, they're the most corrupt company in the history of the military-industrial complex in terms of cost overruns, bribery, overcharging, selling to dictatorships, getting the government to subsidize their mergers. So they're kind of a model of what not to do in terms of a responsible corporation, if there is such a thing. And I chose them for my book because they're kind of a case study in the development of that complex and its growing power. They, get more money a year in many years than the whole State Department. They probably get as much money as the whole military budget when Ike gave his military-industrial complex speech. So he couldn't have dreamed of this kind of money and power, when he was raising the alarm about this in the early 1960s.
Life for 2000 said we need an antitrust breakup. No Noko says Profits of Profit would be a good title as well for the first book, but using the different spellings of it. But Noga Danoku did earlier say that he was going to move into Gareth's house without first asking permission. So I don't know if we want him in a brainstorm.
No,
do we, when it comes to titles? William,
that wasn't really a question, Ross.
Sorry,
no.
William. I feel that we've had a nice time together, and I would like very much if you'd come on our show again. And next time, I would look at the contrast between the backdrop and your shirt and think very carefully. Put aside some of the stubbornness that you're deploying in, ironically, your war against the military-industrial complex, and simply wear something possibly lemon or tangerine. Just think of limey fruits and think of me and Gareth.
Either that or a lime background with his shirt, yeah.
Yeah, think of that, William. Hey, William, thanks for joining us. Thanks for the education. We're posting all of William's information over on Locals, but also in Rumble. But join us in Locals. It's where we have from a couple of limey fruits, talking about limey fruits. Join us there. Okay, William, thanks, man. We'll see you again. Come on again.
Yes. Thanks for having me.
I like him. It's good, isn't it?
Say that till he's gone. Yeah,
sorry, I like him.
Yeah, I think he's great.
Yeah, he was funny, wasn't he? Did you not like him in the chat? Wasn't he funny?
He was so
funny,
sweet, Ross.
Oh, what was it? I liked something.
Extremely revealing.
What was it I liked again?
All the revelations about.
No, it wasn't that. I knew all that. I know all that already. Right, yep. Everyone knows that. I liked that he was sort of a bit like how he was.
Right.
I like the bit when he says that he got depressed. And I imagined him.
Well, you pushed him to that.
I pushed him to reveal that, like he's been pushing Lockheed Martin. See how he likes it. I imagined him sat on his bath in the morning, like Walter Matthau or whatever, sort of just a bit hangdog, a bit grouchy.
You really wanted him to be like you said. Do you ever get depressed about things? And he said, "Well, I try to stay upbeat."
Do you think I projected it on him?
You absolutely
did. I project that on him?
Yeah.
Do you think I did?
No. So when
he liked Actung Baby,
he did like that.
He's probably going to release that. Jack will have a graphic and an album. Jack will probably be collaborating with him right now. I bet Jack is zipping across the Atlantic now to collaborate on a kind of Joshua Tree parody with William Actung Baby Hartung.
It'd be amazing if that's what came out of this.
And a love affair.
That William actually released an album.
It'd be good, especially if on the promo tour, like he was dour like that.
Yeah, that was going too far.
What do you want to describe him as? Understated?
Yeah.
Unfussy?
Yes.
A new shirt and a new background. You're right, Fire Girl. That is what needs to happen. Okay, listen. I'd say enjoyed that interview, but some people are saying that I was projecting my own emotional and mental instability upon the guest, which is it's almost like the leper's bell of a bad broadcaster.
He's strong of mind.
course he is. He's stubborn. There's someone here, just give us a quid. Darm addict. Loved him. He's sincere and genuine.
Right.
You too have gone full MICWEF, says Pride Faults. Good, isn't it, this? All right, listen, we're going to do a bit of an extra chat on locals. And are we going to do an extra on locals? Yeah, we can, little one. If you've got some questions, ask us the questions. Also, if you join us on locals, press that red button. Press that red button now. You're going to love it if you're watching this on Rumble. Join us. It's warm. It's loving. Also, we're going to overthrow the governments, various world governments, and bring about...
Not today.
Not today, because we've got too much on, but like later, formed decentralized, anarcho-syndicalist, libertarian, anarcho-wonderland.
That's right.
No one's telling you what to do. You're going to be completely free. It's going to be great. Also, you can see the RFK interview in full. Plus, I do weekly meditations. Plus, we've got podcasts coming up, live ones. Richard Dickie Dawkins, the atheist priest, ironically, will be joining us. I'm excited to speak to Richard Dawkins. I want to speak to him for ages. Remember, in July, we do a live event that you can attend. On tomorrow's show, Ahmed Jalili is coming on, talking about the protests in Iran, which I don't know enough about, other than it's like a movement that began around sort of feminist issues and women's rights and sort of dress code and Sharia. I don't know enough, but after I speak to Ahmed Jalili tomorrow, we're going to know a lot more. Hope you're going to behave yourself.
I'll try.
Gareth, how do you feel when I press that button that says about the question and everything?
I just never know how to explain it to the guest, and he looked so confused at that point.
I love it.
I know you.
Sometimes there have been people where I didn't press it because I thought, no, it's too mad.
Right.
But actually, I'm starting to get my confidence back now. And I'm pressing
glad
it.
about that. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, because like when it happens, and it's sort of like someone that's not really engaging with the.
I feel like I'm obligated to
bring it up,
to mention it rather than just move forward.
Look at this Pride Faults. This person Pride Faults. I look at them in the comments. Look, the joke is too old. Let it die. No way. I'm keeping that joke going. It's not just William Hartung that's stubborn. He may be using his obstinates to front up to Lockheed Martin. I'm using mine for actually no reason. That's even more stubborn. Because if your stubbornness is at least engaged with an opposing force.
Yeah, you don't have a target.
No target. That's what I heard once about ISIS. Remember ISIS?
Yeah,
they were
around for a bit.
One to them till COVID. Obviously, they've got a lot of people in ISIS plainly had comorbidities. That's what I can deduce, right? Because like ISIS, they were the main thing in town, and like I read this article once, and it said they don't care what you do. They don't care if you negotiate. It really scared me because it was like they don't care if you negotiate. They don't care if you agree with them. Don't care if you appease them. They're just going to carry on doing that. But then what happened was a relatively aggressive cough, and they fell eerily silent.
Yeah, didn't stop the FBI spying on 100,000 Americans. They'll have gone, we're spying on ISIS. 100,000 Americans.
Yeah, because they can't all of ISIS kind of been Americans.
Right.
Some of them were British. I remember some of the best ones. Do you remember those 4 lads?
Yeah, people went over because they were promised, in some cases, Nutella. Not that I want to... Well, that was one of the things that the mainstream media said. Oh, it's all about they're offering Nutella. How mad is this?
If it's Nutella you want, I've got a king-size jar.
Yeah.
So consider that.
Yeah, like there wouldn't be any other reason.
You can get Nutella anywhere these days. It's freely available. It's not just available in Scandinavia, as it was in its origins. Remember, I used to go on holiday, everything was different.
Yeah.
Remember the feeling going in a Spanish supermarket?
Love it.
Oh, what? Everything's a bit different. What are these biscuits with jam in them? Jammy Dodgy, you've got them at home. Get out. Anyway, listen, we're off now, but we're still on locals. Join us there. Ask us a question, a proper question, proper ones. And don't just strike Freach in there, Nadogo. I'm going to learn how to say that name properly because it does work as a name. All right, see you in a minute. And tomorrow, Ahmed Jalili, loads of stuff. And the mainstream, the presentation on the mainstream media, the Elon Musk thing, here's the news, no, here's the effing news. That's up on Rumble right now. You can watch that, but don't watch it right now. Stay with us, watch locals, then watch that. All right, not that I'm telling you what to do that you want. I believe in freedom. Join us tomorrow, not for more the same, but for more the different. See you in a minute. Stay free.
Sorry?
Can I ask what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm taking some pictures.
What? Can I ask you what?
I'm sorry?
Can I ask you what you're taking the pictures for?
I don't really want to disclose that information.
Police call.
Give the what?
We're gonna get the police call. We don't want you in here. Where are you taking?
Oh, you don't want me in here?
Yeah.
Because I'm taking pictures?
Where are you taking pictures?
Am I breaking the law?
Why are you taking pictures of us? So
I'm asking you a question. Am I breaking the law?
Get the police.
Yeah, get the police. He's taking pictures. I don't know if he's breaking the law, but I sure want to give the police a call. It's kind of like a cop. If a cop walked up to you, Henry, and they were like, listen, you didn't do anything wrong, but I want to do a quick search. I want to know who you are. I want to get your ID. Would you give them, if you didn't do anything wrong, would you give up your ID and just let them search you?
If it's a police officer, it's different. Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, there's
Yeah,
still
it is.
You're giving up your
no.
rights.
You don't give
You're
your
giving up your rights. Yeah, but,
But
you
so
didn't
because-
do anything wrong.
because it's a police officer, you should waive your First Amendment right, your Fourth Amendment right, your Fifth Amendment right, just because they're a police officer.
No, you shouldn't. I mean, if you hadn't done anything wrong, there should be absolutely no reason
That's-
why you have to identify.
That's why
yourself
the
as a
stigma
woman.
exists, Henry, is because a cop could pretty much, I'm thinking, of course, not physically harm you, put their, like, punch you or tase you, but a police officer could probably ask almost anything of you and you would comply just because it's a cop and for no other reason. Am I right?
Probably.
Probably. That's a great. Folks, meet Henry. Banana and myself had the opportunity to meet Henry. Henry works for the government, and Henry admits on camera, after calling the police on us for no reason, that a police officer could ask or demand anything of him, and he would comply without hesitation. Specifically, he said that cop could even violate his rights without him even doing anything wrong, and he would do whatever they ask. If someone who's not aware of the law and literally bootlicks till the wheels fall off is in a position of power, how does that help us on a city level? Besides how nice Henry was at the end of it, not a great look. I mean, literally, because I wouldn't tell him who I was, where I was, and what I was doing. I didn't conform to his Gestapo tactics. He was willing to call armed men on me immediately without even knowing if I broke the law, because he doesn't need to know what the law is. He's going to comply whether he's broken the law or not. So why shouldn't the same exist for me? Watch the video and enjoy. Another interesting part of this video, you'll see as soon as she's done calling the cops, she turns to Henry and she says, "They described him to a T." And then they come running up the stairs like stormtroopers. I wonder what she said on the call. Enjoy. What's going on, guys? We're at the Westford Town Hall. And the police station's right there. I've never been here. We're gonna take a look, see how they do. Let's check it out.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was on camera. And yeah, his little thingy. Yeah. Cute, huh? Fuck.
Keep eating your cupcake. Don't worry about it. She's eating a cupcake.
How you doing?
How are you?
Need some help?
Thanks for asking. I think you were sitting down. I was just wondering what services your office provides the community here.
Well, we're the assessing department.
What does that entail?
A lot of things. So, we value the property.
Oh, okay. All right. Makes sense. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. How are you today, man?
Pretty good.
Great. Hope you guys have a good day and enjoy the sunlight. Oh, you too. A lot of big parades in the area. Which one you going to?
Not sure yet.
I tell you, I've been asking questions about a lot of different ones. I'd say right now, either Lunenburg or Leominster, you'd be getting a good show.
Keep it in mind.
All right, take it easy.
I think it's fun for them, and I get it.
Hello.
It is hard to
Town
fake
manager
it.
out today? Oh, okay. Oh, there was someone over there, so I didn't stop by there yet. I'll ask him. Oh, okay. Well, have a great day. Thanks for help.
So yeah, the legal posting was when you're leaving here, it's the little hallway right before you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Bye-bye.
Hello. Good. How you doing? Is the town administrator in today?
The town, we don't have a town.
A town manager?
I don't know.
I didn't see her in the office. I was just wondering. Oh, thank you. Oh, look at that. It's a funny picture of a cop patting down a dog. And I thought it was only humans.
All right.
First office I went to, the one lady had like a mouthful of cupcake.
Every fucking month, I gotta change that password. I hate that. But we're good to go.
Fallen Heroes, Citizens of Westford. Wow, you're fast. Holy smokes. That's right.
Can I help you?
Huh?
Can I help you?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. See ya.
Can I ask what you're doing?
Sorry?
Can I ask what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm taking some pictures.
What? Can I ask you what?
I'm sorry?
Can I ask you what you're taking the pictures for?
I don't really want to disclose that information.
Please.
Give the what?
We're gonna get the police call. Where are you taking?
Oh, you don't want me in here?
Yeah.
Because I'm taking
Where are you
pictures?
taking pictures?
Hmm. Am I breaking the law?
Why are you taking pictures?
Well, I'm asking you a question. Am I breaking the law? Yeah, get the police. He's taking pictures. I don't know if he's breaking the law, but I sure want to give the police a call.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it takes practice, I'm sure. You hear them resetting it a few times.
They are. Oh, the police are on their way over. Second floor.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. You said what? I heard the police are on their way over. I guess so. Yeah, I was walking around taking some pictures, and then these guys called the cops.
Can I help you with anything?
I guess. Well, I guess I should know what department you work in, so I can know if you can help.
Oh, human resources.
Oh, perfect. Yes, you actually can. So I was just taking pictures of the beautiful building. Met a lot of wonderful employees you have downstairs. Assessor's office, town clerk's office, very, very helpful. I got to this window, and these folks called the police on me.
I don't know if they.
Yeah.
No, they probably just uncomfortable.
Oh,
So if there's
okay.
anything you wanna, is there anything you can help me with?
No, everyone was really nice. It's just they saw me taking pictures, and then they said the police better get called over here. Now I didn't know if there was any training provided to these folks to let them know that me taking pictures isn't a reason to waste resources and call the
No,
cops.
I think it probably made them very uncomfortable to just have someone bring the camera on them without having any conversation about if you're needing something or something you need help.
Well, no, they asked me if they could help me. I said no, I was all set.
Oh, okay, so can we help you with anything?
I guess just with some like remedial training to let them know that it's not illegal.
How are you? Good, how are you? Good.
Hello. Is he the town manager?
No,
he's not.
No,
Oh, she's not. He looks like a town manager. He has a commanding presence. So do you think that we could chat with them for a second and just let them know that what I'm not doing, that what I'm doing is illegal? Yeah, perfect. That'd be great.
If you want me to, I mean, we're.
Well, it just seemed like the gentleman specifically and this young lady was thinking that, the police should be called.
You're not telling me what you think. Yeah, no, you just make me feel uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for me. But if there's something, obviously you're welcome to public revenue, but if there is anything you specifically need,
Perfect. Well, I have a records request I need to do after here. Do you know this gentleman's name here?
I do.
What's his name?
He's our building commissioner.
Building commissioner. Okay. And your name, sir?
I'm not giving you a name until you tell me who you are.
Okay, so to find out what services you provide the community, I need to identify myself.
It's fine, they're coming in.
Henry. Oh, thank you, Henry.
It's coming in, but take pictures in the building. Yeah, no, it's fine, Henry. Okay. Yeah, so.
Henry Fontaine.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that tasty, Henry? And what's your name, young lady? Tina, thanks very much. That's perfect. Oh, and then Tina Landry. Okay, what did the
Yeah, I have a hard time suffering fools as well, though, but sometimes you just gotta
I was asking some services
get by in the
about what
world
they do here. I was just about to ask a couple questions. I mean,
without getting blocked.
Henry, do you want to answer some questions about some of the services here?
thanks, Henry. So as the CBO, what is it that you do for the town of Westford?
I am the building commissioner.
And what does that job entail?
Entails zoning enforcement, issuing building permits.
Okay.
speaking with the public,
I hear him running.
contractors.
I'm sorry, Henry. I think there's here. I'm bumbling.
How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
So we got called here.
Yeah, no, I was present when they called you.
Okay. So you guys are allowed to do this.
Yeah, no, we knew that. I don't think they knew that.
All right.
No. How do you pronounce that? Mackany. I was gonna say McKinney. Okay, I'm butchering it. Yeah, so
It does. All right. So
Hello, Detective. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, man.
Just want to make sure everything's okay over here.
Yeah. I think that they were confused. I was taking pictures and they asked me a whole bunch of questions, and I said, I always say, well, what am I doing? I'm taking pictures and videos. So that, but besides that, I really didn't want to disclose too much more information. I think at that point they said that what I was doing might be illegal, and they
You
called the
soon
cops.
to be close to conducting or finishing your business here? Or?
Yeah, I gotta go down to the clerk's office and get a little bit more information, and then I'll probably be on my way.
If they're
after
privy
that,
or they
so.
can't answer your questions, I'm sure they will.
She's been very helpful, and afterwards she spoke to him. He answered some of the questions that I have.
Well, as long as everyone's good to go, if they just want to make sure everything was on the up and up, and if that's the case.
You guys knew who I was. She said she's on the phone and she goes, yeah. And then she said to the other guy with her, she goes, they described him to a T. They must know who he is. Did you guys know who I was?
I've never dealt with this.
Someone gave like an exact description. I hope it was 20 pounds less than I am. If that wasn't the case, then I got some complaints.
No problem.
All right.
Perfect. You guys need to let us know if you need to let us know.
Just your name, Detective.
Sergeant Greg Marshall.
Sergeant Greg Marshall. Thank you very much. And your badge number?
32.
McKinney.
Yes,
McKinney. Sorry, it's the Mc.
Well,
you know.
We'll take
All
care
right.
of everyone.
Thank you. Take it easy.
Now I'm gonna say it wrong. I feel like he's
All right. Perfect. So we have the names here. Thanks for answering those questions, Henry. I appreciate it. And that was Tina Landry. Oh, she's the record supervisor. Is she the record supervisor specifically for the building department, or does she handle records, like records requests on behalf of the town? Okay, so not the records officer. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Also, thank you. We're gonna listen, man. There's no need to. Okay. Can you tell me why you felt like the police should be called? Because I'm certainly not threatening. I wasn't. Am I imposing? What is it?
All you had to do was give me your name. If you would give me your name, I had no problem. I don't know who you are and why you're doing this.
I mean, I understand that. And you know, this is a beautiful building, right? And when you walk up those stairs over there, there's that beautiful tablet. And it's a display, a memorial for, all the brave residents here that died in the Civil War. And, they died for our right to be able to come in here and film and to be secure in our Fourth Amendment right to not answer questions, right? Like, we're not breaking any laws. I'm in here peacefully, just taking some pictures. It shouldn't be something where if I don't answer your questions, then you're going to call armed police officers just because I'm conducting legal, lawful, and constitutionally protected business.
Well, I mean, I hope you understand there's been a lot of bad things that have happened in buildings like this and people that are insecure. And so we worry about that stuff. When somebody comes in,
bad things kind of happen with like weapons and stuff. Like, it's a camera.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know that. We don't know.
Yeah, but you don't know if anybody's carrying anything. So you shouldn't put a stigma on somebody that's holding a camera. If anything, this should keep people accountable.
Well, if you're walking in and you're taking, if I walk into your office and I had a camera on you, I'm not saying any word, what would you say?
It would depend on if it was a public or a private building.
Okay, so if it's a public building just like this,
Yes.
you wouldn't have a problem with me having a camera on
No,
you?
because it's our rights. If we don't use them, we lose them.
Yeah, because Henry, there's a camera right there, and I know that. Well, as far as you're concerned, that's the city's camera. You know where that feed is going, and that's for security. But when you sacrifice essential liberty for temporary security, you deserve neither liberty nor security. I understand if I was coming in here and screaming at you and knocking things around, maybe you might have some reason to feel threatened or intimidated. But I came in here from the moment we met until right this second. I've been polite and professional the entire time. I just didn't want to answer any questions. I was nice enough to tell you that I was taking pictures and video. I didn't even have to do that. We need to do better, man. Not you, everyone. As a community, I think we need to do better.
I just saw your flight was inside,
and they're,
Okay. All right. We usually have to go up. I'm doing payroll right now, but I can
school, right? They don't teach that anymore. We need to do better. We don't call armed personnel on someone carrying a camera. That's
it started 14 an hour.
Okay.
Okay, and they're 10-hour shifts, so you only have to work 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday. So you get a 3-day weekend every week.
Okay.
So pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay, so
What did I say?
set up an appointment.
Yeah, just, do you want to come by
No,
tomorrow?
I'm all set.
Yeah, I can come by tomorrow.
1, 2 o'clock, looks good for you.
I can do 1 o'clock.
Well, is it,
Just all that I ask is that you bring an ID and either a social or a birth certificate.
Okay. All right.
All
Thank
right,
you.
I'll see you tomorrow.
When could I start it? Get everything.
I haven't
salary,
gotten their
for
requests
example,
for how
your
many they need
salary
this week
and
yet,
your
so
position
we'll
in the
hear
city,
from
is
them.
that
Hopefully I'll
public
know by the
knowledge?
time you get here tomorrow. But
It is, yeah.
sometimes
Does that make
we,
you
it's temp to
uncomfortable?
hire. I
Okay,
mean,
so
we
same
staff
thing. You are a public
for that.
entity. I understand you're a human being, but when you come to work and you
They
work in the
just don't
public
have the
sector,
time to do the HR part.
excuse me,
of it, so
you're
that's
a
why I
public
need to do it.
employee. What you can see, you can
I'll
film.
figure
So
out
it's kind of like a
All
cop.
right.
If a cop walked up to
Have
you,
a good day.
Henry, and
Enjoy
they're
this
like, "Listen,
weather."
you didn't do anything wrong, but I want to do a quick search. I want to know who you are. I want to get your ID. Would you give them, if you didn't do anything wrong, would you give up your ID and just let them search you?
It's a police officer. It's different.
No, it's not.
No, there's still
You're giving up your
no.
rights.
You don't give
You're
your.
giving up your rights. Yeah,
But
you
so
didn't do
because
anything wrong.
because it's a police officer, you should waive your First Amendment right, your Fourth Amendment right, your Fifth Amendment right, just because they're a police officer.
No, you shouldn't. I mean, if you hadn't done anything wrong, there should be absolutely no reason
That's-
why you have to identify.
That's why
yourself
the
as a
stigma
woman.
exists, Henry, is because a cop could pretty much, I'm thinking, of course, not physically harm you, put their, like, punch you or tase you, but a police officer could probably ask almost anything of you and you would comply just because it's a cop and for no other reason. Am I right? Probably. That's a great answer, right? Because it's honest. But, you have men and women much better than you and I. I don't know if you served. You did. Well, thank you for your service.
Thank
I
you so
appreciate
much.
that. So much better people than myself. I won't say you and I, because you
They're the
paid for
worst.
that sacrifice.
I think they
You
have
swore
to.
an oath to the Constitution to defend this
Veterans are
country
the
from
worst.
all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to
Being a
defend our
veteran.
Constitution. And you took time away from your family so I could have an easier way of life to defend
Because
our
the
American way of freedom. And I
indoctrination's
love that
so
you
sick.
served. Seriously, thank you for that. But you served so you don't have to be searched unlawfully, illegally. You can still be kind to police and compliment them and even support them while still standing steadfast in your rights, because you're one of the brave folks that fought to defend those rights, right?
You served so that we would be secure in our person's papers and facts. You served so that we could be able to do what we do.
And I know you brought the phone. Can I ask why you're doing this?
Because this is a beautiful building and people should see it.
To say, you know what? I can give you a short answer. I don't know if you can tell by the tats, but I love my country. And in short, because I never want those rights and that sacrifice, like the one you made, to have gone in vain. It's
I didn't mean to come across kind of cold here. It's weird when someone walks up to the counter and I asked a question if I could help them and there's no response.
Well, you said no thank you, right?
Yeah, no, I just said no, thank you. I'm all set. But you did ask me what I was doing. I said taking pictures and video, and you said, can I help you? And I said no, thank you.
So there was response. I mean, it might have not been something you liked so much, and I understand it. I don't like being on camera either, but this is the world that we live in. We're in a public space.
We have rights.
We're not
man.
in our privacy.
Please, if a cop ever asks you for your ID or something, you didn't do anything wrong. I mean, you fought for those rights. Don't give them up that easy. Please don't.
I support the police.
You can support them. Were they rude to me? No. Was I rude to them? No. Very professional, kind, and cordial. That doesn't mean I don't support them. I support good in everybody. I don't like bad cops. I don't like bad town employees. I don't like bad journalists. I don't like bad Dunkin' Donuts people that mess up my order sometimes when I really need a coffee. But it doesn't mean I don't support them just because I stand on my rights,
But I'll let you get along with
Yeah,
today.
you got
I know
a
that there's
gentleman
somebody
there.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Henry. Banana Rana just took that guy to class. What do we got going on here?
Hey, Matt.
Hold on, I'm coming. Banana Rana attacked me at the door. I gotta go. It's assault, yes.
He fought for nothing.
That's great. He would absolutely 100%, guys. And that's what a police officer could do anything, I think, besides tase him and punch him. And he would comply simply because they're a cop.
Because he backs the blue.
Because he backs the blue. I mean, and he backs it hard, man.
A lot of veterans move that way.
And she was eating her cupcake, and so I was walking by, and I was gonna go in the office. I seen her eating the cupcake. I said, "Don't even worry." I kept on going. Who wants to be filmed with cupcake on their face?
All right.
Like,
What
I'm
kind
really.
of cupcake though?
What kind of cupcake was it? A bagel?
Really?
See, I didn't even look. I saw the food in her mouth, and my camera was panning, and I said, "That sucks. I'm not gonna film her while she's having her lunch." So I turned away and went. But I was like, I'm very, very nice. The guy upstairs, Henry, he called the cops on us. I don't understand why nowadays, like, that happens.
All right.
I have a phenomenal
Bills.
idea for a prank, though. Speaking of cupcakes, want to hear it? It would be a great idea. Okay, so you see this little bell here? You could have somebody craft up a cupcake that looks just like this bell, put it out here, and then when they go to hit it, and then you say April Fool.
Cupcake everywhere. That would be very funny. Oh, she works in the town clerk's office. I just need to do a records request when you get a second. I would like to get the salary and dates of employment.
Right, I'll be right back.
For Henry Fontaine and Tina Landry, please.
Should we write it down on this piece of paper?
I can do it right here. Yeah, it's
we
fine.
can just
What are we looking for? Salaries?
Salaries and dates of employment.
You'd have to ask HR because we don't know.
Oh, you don't process records requests? Here?
Well, that's not really a records request.
It is.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted to know like right away.
No.
Oh, no, you have 9 days. You can get back to me whenever.
Yeah, okay,
It's under
all
the
right.
records law, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we're not super pushy. You just whenever you can get back to us, it'd be great.
I usually send them by email, so make sure I get an email.
That's fine. I'm going to put it in there for you. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you so much. You're too kind.
So you said salary and what was it?
Salary dates, and I don't know if it's applicable because every town and municipality is different. If they have an oath of office, I'm going to put that in too, just in case.
Yeah, but he'll write it down. Thank you. That is a really great idea for an April Fool's joke, though. She should
I know
take
Henry
that.
and Tina, so if they gave you those cards, you can keep those.
Okay. Well, we grabbed the cards. Well, she grabbed the cards in an
Yeah, they
effort
were right at the
in an
desk.
effort to identify them.
Yeah.
Because they were kind of
But Henry's
being
very
dodgy.
sweet. He's got a nice tie on today.
Henry's our building commissioner.
Yeah, he's really nice. I mean, I think he got off to a rough start, but he then understood why we were here. So then he became very nice.
All right. Does that look all right to you? I know I have
Let's
chicken
see.
scratch. I
Okay,
apologize.
records request date of employment, salary, and oath of office for Henry and Tina. Okay, good citizen. And this is just you, and I guess I don't need to know who you are. Anybody can ask the thing.
I
Okay.
appreciate it.
All
I
right.
hope you have a wonderful day and
Thank you.
enjoy the sunlight. It seems like it's getting chilly out there. Get your barbecues in. All right. Thanks very much.
It's New England.
No,
All right,
if you
we're
don't like
back.
the weather, wait a minute.
That's right.
Take it easy. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I guess that's it. The town manager looked like he wasn't in today. Ooh. Kristen DeLas. DeLas. Thank you. You too.
Now that he knows, I think he is sweeter. I wasn't there for the beginning, but I was there for
He
the
said, what are you doing? I said, taking pictures. He said, well, why? What do you need? And I said, nothing, I'm all set. And he said, call the cops. Hello, how you doing? Listen, man, I'm trying to find a bad side. Where is it? It doesn't exist. Have a good day. She was in the office too. She was not happy. She's been Banana. I've been AFA. We'll catch you on the next one. That's the Westford Town Hall in Westford, Mass. And that's the reason I stopped you today.
All right. Sorry about that. All right. The stream ended. Let me see if I can refresh in this, if the stream will be up. It's processed yet. Catch the end of. Here it is. Sweet.
Americans in, they'll have gone, we're spying on ISIS. 100,000 Americans.
Yeah, because they can't all of ISIS kind of been Americans.
Right.
Some of them were British. I remember some of the best ones. Do you remember those 4 lads?
Yeah, people went over because they were promised, in some cases, Nutella. Not that I want to... well, that was one of the things that the mainstream media said. Oh, it's all about they're offering Nutella. How mad is this?
If it's Nutella you want,
Yeah.
I've got a king-size jar.
Yeah.
So, consider that.
Yeah, like there wouldn't be any other reason.
You can get Nutella anywhere these days. It's freely available. It's not just available in Scandinavia, as it was in its origins.
Pellet.
Remember, you used to go on holiday, everything was different.
Yeah.
Remember the feeling going in a Spanish supermarket?
Love it.
Oh, what? Everything's a bit different. What are these biscuits with jam in them? That's jammy dodgy. You've got them at home. Get out.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen, we're off now, but we're still on locals. Join us there. Ask us a question, a proper question, proper ones. And don't just strike Freach in there, Nadogo. I'm going to learn how to say that name properly because it does work as a name. All right, see you in a minute. And tomorrow, I'll meet Jalili, loads of stuff. And, the mainstream, the presentation on the mainstream media, the Elon Musk thing, here's the news, no, here's the effing news. That's up on Rumble right now. You can watch that, but don't watch it right now. Stay with us, watch locals, then watch that. All right? Not that I'm telling you what to do you want. I believe in freedom. Join us tomorrow, not for more of the same, but for more of the different. See you in a minute. Stay free.
Okay, this is when they switched over to locals. It's like there's a new Luke Radowski video out too. Gosh, Russell, Lord. I'm shocked if those papers get I just had. Yep, they're there. And we went up over 100 hours. Good. What? $2,000. Brant. Who's Brant? Jesus. Is this all just that? I like the birdie sounds, but annoying.
Winner.
There we go.
Oh. God, man. Are we on? Is this us? Oh, sorry.
No, we didn't hear it, Phil.
There you go. That's our real selves. Not that different, are we? I can't do my joke, though.
You can still do it.
No one's ever commented on it.
No.
Right, let's look at inDOCtriNATION. So this is our OnlyFans, really.
Yes.
Have you got any questions then? Potential guest, Eminem. I would love Eminem on here.
Oh, wow.
God, Eminem. I think I might be sweaty.
Yeah.
For Eminem, you know. Are you all going to get naked, says Mike.
And I'm from Detroit.
25.
Not now.
How much, mate?
Oh,
Maybe.
OnlyFans.
That's Mike Bright. Mike Bright, 25. Kick back, Russ. Like it. OnlyFans. Eminem for sure. Can get Catherine Austin fits on, says someone. He'd do it. Get slim on. Nice shoes. Yeah, they're cool, aren't they? Because it's a Jordan in Laker colours. Pretty badass. Not meant to be into things like that, but...
You're right, he did.
Cool, baby. No Daganoku. Again,
I don't question people's
furry walls, baby.
personal
Tomorrow's
decisions
paper.
on that,
My
yeah.
drinking games involve coffee, not alcohol. Watch it tomorrow. You'll go over. Jim Earth C137. I think drinking aim with the
Never
allegedly
know exactly what
soundbite
everyone's
might not
going
be
through.
right. Yeah. Infinitsu. Loving men in white crispy shirts all day. I hope you don't mean in a Ku Klux Klan way, baby. Rogue Nation. Y'all should research the news cycle and try to predict when the next conspiracy theory will be proven true and then swept under the rug. Gareth, can I borrow that shirt? That's
Rogue Nation.
No Daganoko is gunning for you, baby. I don't know what gender or persuasion No Daganoko is, and frankly, I don't care.
No.
I just want to see you kids having a good time. No Daganoku. I like saying that. No Daganoku.
Yeah.
Hey, should we look at? I just want to look at those things, those public service films. We were enjoying that. We don't need to see Jack's graphic again, do we? Do you want to see Jack's graphic again? Tell us in the chat. And if you have any actual questions, have them here. And Subi, if you hear any actual questions, just shout them through the door at us, okay? But they have to have a question mark at the end. I will insist on good grammar, okay? Well, I will. No graphic. No one wants to see it. Oh, no, one person wants to see it. I asked the real question, says Frenchy Riff. Find Frenchy Riff's question if you can, mate, and shout it through the door if you don't mind. Shout it through the door. Now, let's have a look at what was that thing we were looking at, mate, from the public service announcements? Like
we looked at Mr. T earlier.
Yeah, we're hiring for Beckham
Then there's something else. Was it Power of Drugs?
We've got
this is good. Oh, the danger of rugs.
Rugs.
Yeah, have a look at the danger of rugs. In my country, England, people are actually afraid of their
At the
own
moment,
carpet.
yes.
It's the combination of rugs and polished floors.
It's not just a rug on its own. Look, see propaganda. Look at propaganda now.
All right,
It looks like a
thank
TV show. It's nice, attractive person. Right, what are we going to do? We're going to help. Now, look in the old days. I just came on and told you your carpet was a death trap. Have a look. Haunted music, no fret there, surely. Keep polishing away. Into herself though, that's odd, and she's polishing a basket.
No, exactly. That's too much work, and no one smiles when they're doing it, do they?
No one smiles. You don't need to polish wicker. Although, if you're practicing true, listen, you can only become enlightened, as I understand, Gal, in this way. The only place you can become enlightened is in the present moment. The only way you can become enlightened in the present moment is do not resist.
Yeah.
What? I say yeah.
I know what this is. This is basically a way of being like, oh, you should enjoy when you do any chore, or don't see it as a chore.
Look, you can't even handle talking about chore. Yes, it is that.
Yeah.
The moment in front of you is not bothering you.
I've never seen you do a chore. Ever.
It's not necessary.
Okay.
It isn't necessary. I find that it gets done. I'll come downstairs, it's been done. I could come here, it's been done. But I tell you, and even when I had to do the chores because there was no one kind enough to work for me, I still didn't do it.
No, I know.
I'd rather not.
It's actually one of the most amazing things about you. That doesn't matter what stage of your life, you've always found a way of getting people to do stuff.
It's a good skill. Anyway, look, let's have a look at these people polishing wicker baskets and see what terrible things befall them.
Polish a floor, put a rug on it. You might as well set a man trap.
A man trap's more dangerous.
Way more.
Although you could avoid that. May I say also, man trap, what is that?
I know.
It's not like they're reappropriating a bear trap or a yeti trap or some trap or something else. That's been designed to crack a man or woman's leg.
Why
or
do
child.
they use these?
What kind of medieval monster would make such a manacle?
They had to get one of those to shoot the advert.
I wonder if it's practical, because it's sort of like a mouse trap, and it's actually serrated like that.
Oof.
Bastards.
Hurry up, leave him in the warm. All right. I'll put the kettle on.
I've seen the image of the man trap. I'm a bag of nerves.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Sias2123 says, that's how I got my husband. Set a trap and just shackled him like misery.
And to think he'd only just come from the hospital.
Weird as well. Just to think he'd only just come from the hospital. He'd only just left there. He'll be straight back in. Why? Has he just had what's he been doing there?
They've just had a baby.
They're back from the hospital. She's polishing the floor to celebrate the new member of their family.
Yeah.
Latest
But so
edition.
what they've done is they've post-rationalised that, because what they've done, or post-whatever, because they've gone, what would be a way where he has to go back to the hospital? So they've gone, oh, well, they've just had a baby. Never really.
It's good though. Don't be careful then. Anyway, you might as well pay attention next time you're polishing your floor. It's riskier.
Yeah.
Or perhaps if you're polishing anything.
Weren't the announcers
What
scary?
about you polishing your rabbits?
They're very scary announcers, weren't they?
Yes, they had so much authority
yes.
then. They were basically telling you. Now they pretend you're your mate, don't they, on the telly?
Yeah.
Hello, we're just going to verify your disinformation.
That's right.
And then it's like, listen, you little bitch. We've
Yeah.
told you about polishing that floor. You'll just as good put a landmine there and blow people as kingdom come.
Yeah.
You'll be back at that hospital in no time at all. You deserve...
How often was this happening?
I think before you make a public service announcement film, I'd want to see a good-sized pile of corpses.
Right.
What do you from polished floor and rug-related
There's got to
deaths?
be a big stat on rug-related incidents.
Yeah, like I don't think it's ever happened that much, although
No.
I have done it a bit.
Right.
Like, oh, like that. It's only
Well,
like, hang about. It's always quite nice. It's a bit like.
But you've kind of clenched your buttocks.
Well, it's the sort of thing that people, the people that like to put an orange up their bum and stuck it on their head and hang themselves a bit. Not too much. It's the sort of thing they'd be into.
Right, I see. Yeah.
Soobs is.
Yeah, that's
All right, we're
I know,
killing it
Soobs'
today.
question. What is it, Soobs?
God, I found Frenchie Riff's question, and he or she asked, hey Russ, have you thought about expanding the brand, perhaps Stay Free Florida, for example, or Stay Free Mexico?
What would be the advantage? We can access those. What, move to Florida or Mexico?
The ground announcement when Subi comes on.
Subi, that mic's terrifying. It sounds like it's
Oh,
coming from
sorry.
a nuclear bunker. Oh, lovely laugh though. Lovely laugh.
Sorry.
That didn't sound apocalyptic.
was
The laugh. The laugh is amazing. When James is on mic, it just sounds very relaxing. You can tell he's been a DJ before.
Yeah.
From like, we're just running through the team, critiquing their personalities. Really, Not very nice in a way. Let's have a look at the nuclear bomb thing. Like, so rugs are presented to you as if they're going to kill you in an instant. Look at how they told us about nuclear attack. It's like it was weird, obscure, confusing. There's a lot to say. Have a look.
After an attack is over and the all clear.
That whole thing there, that was a nuclear attack.
Yeah. Casualties.
Right. Let's deal with casualties. Not everyone will live through a nuclear war. There will be casualties. How are we going to deal with them? I mean, what's weird about this, if I may say, is that it's offering you some suggestions what to do in a post-apocalyptic nightmare. Now, I'm in a post-apocalyptic nightmare. It's every man for himself.
Exactly.
I'm going full Mad Max.
Yeah.
I'm not like, oh, what shall I do? It tells you how to stick labels on the dead
so
bodies.
particular. It's not just one, it's two labels.
Listen, mate, I'm trying to survive uranium poisoning and thinking about how to form a new government and where my next meal's coming from.
Yeah.
Not like, have I labelled my nan correctly?
Go into the gift drawer.
Oh, there we go. I'll just use this sticker on it, especially their skin will be peeling off anyway. What's the point?
Yeah.
Right directly onto the body, I'd say, with a Sharpie. Nan.
Who's coming to fetch
Gone.
this body in the future anyway?
Yeah, who's collecting the bodies?
one's doing
There's no
it.
infrastructure for that. The world's just been destroyed. When I went on a school trip and I was being one of the parents on a school trip.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Right.
How did that go?
They wouldn't let me be in the van with my kid. Right. Listen, the only reason you go on a school trip is to be with your kid. That's the reason. I'm not going. Well, the only other motivation could be that you are a menace to society, right? So that's not my motivation.
rule
It's like,
that
I want to be with my kid. So they go, oh, you've got to travel in the other van. I'm like, well, I want to travel with my kid. No, you can't. Because in the event there was a road accident, you would prioritize the salvation of your own child above the other children. I'm like, what? That's the scenario that we were organising for. There's been a crash. All the corpses of the children are strewn across the motorway. I awaken, concussed but determined, step over little Toby and Annette, or whoever they are, kick them to help us, get out of my way, my flesh and blood, and step over to my own children. That doesn't need to be legislated for. That's stupid.
Well, hang on, at least you'd be saving them, though.
Yeah.
Let's see so we'd rather you didn't say
Rather
anyone.
they all died, equal opportunities, disaster. Was that what we're legislating for? We want, like when they report in the Buckinghamshire Gazette about this tragic death of these under sixes, we don't want, in some good news, one child was plucked from the wreckage.
Yeah.
That's not good management.
Do you know what? I knew this was happening as well. As soon as I heard that you were doing a school trip, I thought there'll be some issue at some point. I bet it occurred within about 10 minutes of you getting there.
More, because that was actually at the bus. I tried to get in the bus with my own child, obviously, because what else? I like having kids. But when you have your own kids, before I had kids, I was like, hey, all right,
All
I
kids
love
are great.
kids.
Yeah.
Kids are brilliant.
Fuck
Now for my own
government.
kids, other kids.
Fuck any
No
government.
offense, can fuck off.
Yeah.
My own kids have exhausted me and drained me. And I'm not, if I see a kid, I think,
No,
do one.
I haven't got time for you.
I've got no energy for that. I'll look my one that I'm responsible for too.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? There's a limitless supply of them apparently coming through. So like I've got to look after them. That's all I can take. So I think that rules out of order. They told me that straight away. Oh, you got to go in that van.
Ooh.
I had to sit next to the teacher in the front. I nearly went. I might as well drive them their own car then, mightn't I? And they went, oh, you can. There's a place for you. And I thought, this is bollocks.
Were you like metering your kind of personality?
Yeah, I shut it down. I tried to shut the personality down because I'd already said to myself, don't have it that on this school trip, you initiate your personality, you'll ruin everything.
Well done.
So, but I nearly fired it up straight away
Course you
at
did.
that point when they went, oh, you're going to be in this van with these other kids. Personality engaging. In the event of a personality attack, label the corpses. Like so. Anyway, I shut it down, and then but there were several other times over the course of the day where I just when we were in Tiggy Winkle's animal sanctuary, where I thought I cannot abide by
it's rules, isn't it? You and rules.
I wanted to stroke them hedgehogs.
Why would you stroke a hedgehog? It's the worst one to choose.
When they're just not in its underbelly, although they do tend to curl up. But if you could get a finger in there quick enough, it's only a hedgehog,
right?
And
it's only a budget. You can't say it's only a hedgehog.
We're not going to stroke a swan, are you, vicious little bastards? Is there anything more disappointing than a swan?
What you mean? How vicious they are?
They're so beautiful. They're like, hello. Hey, baby, coming my way, and then you touch it.
Why? You shouldn't be touching it.
Giving it a bit of bread.
Is this what you did? You give the kids all this? Oh no! You told them all to go around stroking dangerous animals,
squirrels.
Didn't you? Squirrels.
I had them all in there. Little things like that. Birds. Oh. They were all there. The whole gang, all vulnerable as heck.
Excuse me, Mr. Brad, what's that? Little thing, you don't know, little thing over there? Yeah, probably a bird or something. Oh, well, apparently it's not one of those. Yeah, one of those. It's squirrels, hedgehogs. Stick your finger in it. Go on, kids, stick your finger in it. Oh, it's your fault. That you shouldn't have done it. Nothing to do with it. I wasn't in the van. Oh, dear.
I done my best that day.
Yeah.
And they said that. Actually, they said I can't come back. But I'm going to do with my other kid. I've got one more kid. I ain't ruined yet. So there you go. I'll go with that one next time. Should we look at the rest of the nuclear war?
Sure.
Come on.
Has been sounded. Arrangements will be made as soon as possible to treat any people who are ill or injured.
What's it going to be like in a nuclear war?
No,
that's too fish a
gone.
price.
Yeah, exactly.
That looks all right.
They won't exist. So what, in order for them, they would have had to be in their own bunkers. How many bunkers have we got? Bunkers for everything.
There's bunkers for billionaires, and they're not going to be doing some philanthropic cleanup of the peasants, are they?
No, they'll just be happy that all the Jeffrey Epstein stuff's cleared away.
That's all cleared away. Right, let's back to business. Go drag down some of the more nubile corpses. Now, what have they been correctly labelled? My poor young... Oh, no, 25. I found that one. Hey, listen, man, that's what it's like out there. It's a jungle out there, baby.
Listen to your radio. Details will be given about what to do, when to do it, and how.
To do and how. It's innocent times, really. Even when they were conjecturing about what might likely pursue Armageddon, it seemed like it might be all right.
Yeah.
Now, actual life is terrifying.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe we know too much now. But it's weird, isn't it? Because we know too much, and yet it's business as usual for governments and the military-industrial complex.
It's our own fault. We should be radically reorganising society. In fact, I'm not going to blame them anymore. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing, being corrupt. It's us. We know now that we've got to reorganise society, that we have to find new ways of organising our social systems, new currencies, new means of trade, new ways of handling our resources, although Elon says that the resources won't be a problem and there's a whole other set of problems around population and stuff. We need to have individual and collective awakenings.
Yeah, you do. And when you go back to the news and we're talking about the kind of BBC disinformation stuff and all of that, like, there's a bit of me that's like, why is the news not every day going, we're getting closer to nuclear war. We are getting closer to Armageddon. So let's
Our
deal
news
with
is
that.
better. The way we do it, even though there are bits where it's a bit unprofessional, mostly you, the way you keep asking those questions to those delightful contributors, at least the timbre is more appropriate. Like, you notice what's going on? This is mental. That's what the news should be like. Whoa, everyone's corrupt. They're lying to us. All of the institutions. That's what it shouldn't be like. Hello. Now, if there's an event of a nuclear war, carefully label all your deceased relatives. That's not the correct tone. Have a look. I better show you that bit because I keep referencing it and you ain't seen it yet. We watched it earlier. We do prepare.
If anyone dies while you are kept in
Anyone dies? We're in nuclear war. Everyone's dying. Everyone. Have you not been watching?
your fallout room, move the body to another room in the house.
Move it to another room. See, like that one. Get it out straight out of
It's like you're nudging it with your little finger.
Come on, get in there. Away you go. Look, sorry. You're a very fine uncle, but I need to push you into the brown room. And that is not a euphemism until the billionaires come. And then they will be nudging you in the brown room. And that will be a euphemism.
Label the body with name and address.
Preferably age in the case of the post-apocalyptic Epsteinians.
And cover it as tightly as possible in polythene, paper, sheets, or blankets.
What a grim scenario. That's what I meant.
So what happened? That's it. You got to pay to see the rest of it. Nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Let me put this instead. Well, it said if you want to watch the last 20 minutes, become a supporter. Support enough other places.
Welcome back to the Civil Rights Lawyer channel. An Indianapolis police sergeant who was seen on body cam footage kicking a handcuffed man in the face has now pled guilty to a felony in federal court.
I promised this community and I promised our officers that I would be transparent. That's in good times and bad times. This is a bad time.
The police chief actually played this video footage, this body cam footage, to the media and to the public.
You hold my well. Look, we're not gonna do this, right? We're not gonna do this, right? We're done. You're done. You're done. You're done.
So there you have the civil rights violation right there. Let me ask you this.
Wow.
What part of the U.S. Constitution did that violate? Let me tell you what happened, and then I'll tell you the law.
Dude, that makes my heart hurt seeing shit like that.
Body cam footage of the
Makes me
September
wanna become
24,
violent.
2021 arrest released by the department shows a man named Jermaine Vaughn falling on his back near the steps of Monument Circle during his interaction with Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department officers. Moments later, Huxley's foot is seen stomping down on Vaughn's face. Vaughn was in handcuffs at the time. He was arrested on suspicion of disorderly conduct and later charged with 2 misdemeanors of disorderly conduct and resisting law enforcement, but both of those charges were dismissed shortly thereafter. The police chief, who is also the employer of these police officers who did this, held a press conference, showed the video, and discussed accountability for police misconduct.
But it's my commitment to this department and to this city that when these things come to my attention, I'm not going to allow that to exist on this department.
Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Sergeant Eric Huxley, who is currently suspended from that department, thankfully, appeared in person at the federal courthouse in downtown Indianapolis on Monday of last week to formalize his guilty plea to a single charge in the indictment, which was deprivation of rights under color of law. He was indicted in the federal Southern District of Indiana in October of 2022, which was more than a year after the arrest that took place on this body cam footage. Officer Huxley's plea agreement states that before he kicked Mr. Vaughn in the face, that Vaughn had been insulting a separate officer involved in the arrest as the officer attempted to remove Vaughn's belt. But federal prosecutors had to prove that Huxley's act deprived Vaughn of his rights under federal law or the U.S. Constitution, including the right to be free from the unreasonable use of force by a police officer. Huxley knew that there was no legitimate law enforcement reason to use hard strikes, including foot strikes, against the head or the face of a person who is handcuffed under the effective control of other officers and physically unable to harm others, his plea agreement stated. The charge he pled to carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison, a $250,000 fine, and 3 years of supervised release after prison. A sentencing date has not yet been scheduled. Huxley is also facing a lawsuit. Vaughn sued the officer in Marion County Court in February. He's asking to be financially compensated for claims against Huxley, the police department, the city of Indianapolis, and the 2 other police officers involved in his arrest. Those claims include state law claims of intentional battery, unlawful and excessive force, official misconduct, and negligence. The police chief, Randall Taylor, has recommended Huxley's termination to the department's Civilian Police Merit Board, which will review that recommendation once Huxley's criminal cases conclude. Almost any time that you have a violent use of physical force against an arrestee who is already in handcuffs, surrounded by multiple police officers, that's almost always going to be excessive force, a violation of the arrestee's Fourth Amendment rights. It always surprises me why police officers would do this, and they film each other doing it. The only explanation is that they've done it so many other times before, and there's been zero accountability. So they naturally think that they can do it again, and nobody's going to care. There are going to be no consequences. So why were there consequences here? Oftentimes when you see accountability in the form of criminal prosecution, it's the Fed stepping in. So even though we see the police chief here talking about accountability, it's actually the feds who are swooping in and prosecuting this guy. And in fact, this police department hadn't even fired him yet. They're recommending it to their local civilian merit board or whatever. I mean, come on. They could have been more aggressive at bringing accountability. I would argue that that is why these police officers would act this way, because they are just so used to operating in a world of zero accountability. There's a criminal prosecution. That is what bad cops fear more than anything. There's also a pending civil lawsuit. But what is always the problem there? Now, this is pending at state court, but the problem there is always qualified immunity. As I've explained before in numerous videos, despite what you might hear, qualified immunity is usually not a great defense for police officers in a lawsuit in an excessive force case, because there's a wealth of case law that very clearly establishes that you're not supposed to beat up, handcuff people who aren't even fighting back or trying to flee, anything like that. Anytime that as a police officer you're hitting somebody or using violence against somebody just because of something that they said that you don't like, or just to retaliate against them, or just to be malicious, that is not going to entitle that officer to qualified immunity. It's not going to be a great defense. It usually applies better in wrongful arrest cases, false arrest cases, malicious prosecution cases, things of that nature. So what is the law, and how do we determine what is excessive force, like here, and what is not excessive force? Well, there are three main factors that you look at. They're called the Graham factors. One factor is what crime is this individual suspected of having committed? Is he a suspected murderer, serial killer, or is he just a homeless guy who committed some misdemeanor allegedly?
Nice, he gets to
or is he
cherry pick the
just
ones he
somebody
wants
who is
to.
suspected of jaywalking? The
Take his
more
cases, too.
minor the charge, the less reasonable any sort of violence is going to be. Secondly, the courts look at whether this individual is in the process of actively resisting or attempting to flee. Here, that doesn't seem to be an issue at all. He's already in custody. He's not attempting to flee. Very, very minor criminal charge he's alleged to have committed. Usually the most important Graham factor is whether or not, and this is the last factor, whether or not there's an immediate physical safety threat to any individual, especially including the police officers, of course. That's always the most important in the court's analysis. Here, again, if you have somebody who is handcuffed, who is on video and not resisting, not causing any sort of threat, and again, they're handcuffed, they could be kicking or something like that, but it's almost always going to be unreasonable for an officer to use physical violence against an individual. So if you look at the cases where the feds come in and prosecute, many of those cases involve somebody who is already handcuffed in custody, and there are multiple officers present. And that's the case here. And it's very, very clear evidence, and it demonstrates a police officer using violence against somebody just because they felt like it, because their feelings were hurt based on something they said, or just because they're mean. As always, thanks for watching. If you like following these sorts of cases, please subscribe, not just here, but at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. Remember, freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Sweet.
All right, everyone. So it's Friday night. I'm getting ready to go out. I'm feeling tired. But before I go out, I've got to pregame. And the only way I pregame is with an ice cold Bud Light. So good. Happy Friday.
Is that an artificial intelligence deep fake, or is the president of the United States trying to reach out to his new voter base? Well, I think it's fair to say that we will never know. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name's inDOCtriNATION here. We are Change.org, and there is a lot of just absolutely bewildering, wild news to get into today, especially when it comes to the geopolitical conflict in Ukraine. The latest with Bud Light, and of course, a truck ramming incident in Washington, D.C. that is bringing...
Okay, wait a minute. This dude used my meme. Civil rights lawyer. He used my meme. Probably got it from the same place I did.
A lot of very
I
curious
actually thought about doing
points
a
to the
community
surface
post
here
on it too.
that we're going to be examining in this independent media broadcast. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you can
Beat
get
me
it on
tonight.
thebestpoliticalshirts.com. Great way to really confuse a lot of Starbucks baristas. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast was originally shared by C3PM Meme. And if this is the person that did this video, sincerely shouts out to them for doing incredible work. I think they're definitely worth a follow for that meme magic that I think we definitely need more of in our modern day society. So yeah, check out C3P Meme. If they have a YouTube channel, we're going to link it down in the description below so you could find more of their work, as I think humor is needed more than ever in our ever so dystopian, technocratic, really sad future where people are sacrificed for the betterment of politicians so they could collect tax revenue from you, which in my opinion, I think perfectly represents war, which is currently happening right now between Ukraine and Russia, representing a larger proxy war between the East and the West. All of this, as in yesterday's video, we talked about a Ukrainian incursion into Russian territory as 50 men dressed as Russian soldiers who were in vehicles that were provided to them by the United States and attacked a military location inside of Russia, which led to 39 of them being KIA'd and 5 of them taken prisoner in what looks like a massive PR stunt that sacrificed these soldiers, took them away from their family members, achieving absolutely no military victory here except for a PR victory, as of course major American and Western media outlets are running with headlines calling this mission somehow a major success and achievement, and now how allegedly Moscow is running scared and evacuating border villages around Ukraine, omitting the fact that the territory taken by these Ukrainian soldiers was quickly taken back, and not telling their viewers that this is another grave escalation of this geopolitical proxy war that endangers the future of all humanity. This, as I think it's fair to say,
We're
that
gonna
a
do a
lot of
stream
people
of
are
my
fighting a propaganda war, which
godchildren's,
some would
baseball
say
games
is more
later.
vital and
I'll drive
important
out
than
to
the
it.
actual war that's happening right now.
Bring that
And
too to
it
drive
makes
out there.
sense, especially with all the 5th generational warfare happening inside of the United States, particularly at Fox News, which we're finding out today has been
That's when I
ordering
got
their
mine too, right
producers
after I verified.
not to criticize Dylan Mulvaney, the face of Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch, that is now seeing a 26% dip in earnings after trying to promote their liquor and alcohol on the small children that predominantly watch his channel on TikTok. Now, why is Fox News telling their producers not to criticize someone trying to sell booze to small children? Well, that's a very interesting development, as of course, JP Morgan and Chase is even warning that their woke advertisement campaign for children is alienating a lot of American consumers who are going to be boycotting the beer for the quote foreseeable future. Personally, I'm definitely going to be boycotting it myself because personally, I don't drink endocrine disrupting, testosterone declining, estrogen boosting, fluoride filled pineal gland calcifying beverages myself. And that's one of the tips that I give to many people on LukeUnfiltered.com, our own members area where we get to have more of an honest, frank discussion.
Yeah, usually I pause it while I'm talking because I keep the base video up pretty loud.
Of things to discuss today on today's Unfiltered show that is only available for members. We're going to be deep diving into a lot of health issues, into a lot of other issues that we cannot talk about here on this particular broadcast, particularly the 30 tons of explosive chemicals that just magically disappeared. Lots of crazy, lots of wild stuff. All of that is going to be discussed in a special episode only available for members on LukeUnfiltered.com. Click the link down in the description below. Click right here. Put in your information. Signing up is quick. It's easy. We have one of the best customer services in the industry, and our members area is unlike any other. You look at all these other people who are during members area, they're slacking. They're absolutely slacking compared to what we offer you as a viewer, as a member, as we have gone above and beyond when it comes to providing you offers of value, all on LukeUnfiltered.com for less than 50 cents a day. We truly do bust our butts. I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this particular platform. It is the one and sure way that we could still have a voice and finance this independent media organization. So if you haven't signed up yet, sign up right now just by clicking the link down in the description below, and I will see you there right after this broadcast. As of course, there's a lot of things to talk about still that definitely put us on the radar and put a large target on our back, since of course criticizing the organization that we're going to be criticizing is pretty risky. Your membership on lukeunfiltered.com helps finance and secure our future to be more prepared to of course withstand any potential attacks on this independent media organization in the future. All of this, as a couple days ago, the U.S. Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court made public that the FBI from 2020 to early 2021 violated the law and abused spy laws to an estimated 280,000 times in just a span of a year, failing to adequately justify the need to spy on U.S. citizen communications while using a law which is specifically aimed at foreigners, highlighting once again how this agency is above the law and currently is refusing to share documents with Republicans that they promised that they were going to release, highlighting specifically how the current president of the United States was involved in a criminal bribery scheme with a foreign national. FBI officials met with the House Oversight Committee in the United States and said that they would provide these documents and have failed to do so, acting once again as a protection agency for the current regime in charge, while heavily prosecuting and punishing anyone else of an opposite ideology that threatens the grip of power that this current administration has in Washington, D.C. All of this as, of course, only a few brave individuals are willing to criticize this larger intelligence agency. One of those individuals is, of course, Robert Kennedy Jr., who came out today and said that we are going through the, quote, political weaponization of the FBI that destroyed a sitting president. That president is, of course, the former president of the United States that is running to be president in 2024, which brings us to the main topic of discussion, and that is a U-Haul truck that crashed into the security barriers near the White House just a few hours ago. Now, why is this story relevant? Well, everyone's talking about it, as of course the key details here is that somehow that this is linked to far-right political ideas. Now, this is a very interesting notion, as of course we are now hearing from a lot of sensationalistic establishment pundits that this is an attack on the life of the current president of the United States that is somehow very politically motivated, as individuals like Cenk Uygur are using this event, specifically targeting right-wing ideologies and using emotional hyperbolic dribble in order to justify that this ideology is linked to, quote, political violence. But there's a couple key details about this entire event that definitely make you question what exactly is happening here. As the official story goes, that this young man who is 19 years old rented a U-Haul truck that you have to be 25 years of age to rent in the middle of the night, deciding to use that truck to specifically go over barriers that are meant to stop vehicles near the White House, conveniently also only having a right-wing extremist flag in his possession, which was nicely placed outside of the car after the incident for all the media and federal authorities to see in plain sight, just so those images could of course go viral. And that's the official story we're told to believe that is somehow responsible for all of right-wing violence, as of course a Missouri teenager named Sai Varsit Kondula has been named in this incident, which I think it's fair to say a lot of people are going to have a lot more serious questions about, especially with the desperate links of somehow this man, this face being the new representation of white supremacy inside of the United States. Now, of course, a lot of people are responding to this story with a lot of skepticism, but it is still important.
She told our payroll people that that was for the week prior. That's why they're not doing it. They're like, we paid him for that week. So all she has to do is tell them that it's for that week, and they will.
A lot of other people are sharing alleged text messages between him and what probably most likely was an FBI informant.
Lying. Well, then she didn't copy me on it.
To say that the FBI also has clear ties.
Let me try try and just
mentally
call the
unstable
Farrell and ask if they've gotten
individuals,
anything from him.
trying
But
to
I
get
honestly,
them,
I'm
pushing them,
sorry,
and
I don't
also
believe
in many other instances manipulating them to do acts that they originally do not want to do.
I know, but you
all
just
in
want
the
what's
name of
what's due to you,
fighting,
and
quote,
believe me, I want you to get what's due to you.
terrorism.
But
Now, exactly what happened here, what are the
All
details?
right,
We're still
let me
waiting
try
for
and
all
figure it
that
out,
to
man.
come in, and then until we do, I think we could tell Cenk Uygur to calm down there for just a little bit there. Jumping to conclusions usually isn't the best thing to do here, but obviously whatever this plot was, it wasn't a very smart one. It was a very low IQ, idiotic one that makes no sense at all. And what was this lunatic thinking here? He was gonna drive a U-Haul truck through all the security barriers and somehow be able to target the president of the United. This whole story makes no sense at all. This is, I think,
I mean,
fair to
believe
say,
me,
after the
it's
3 years of psyops that
anything
we've
we
been
pay
through,
you,
that,
we bill them for. So
been
it's
a
not like we're
while
not
since
trying
the
to pay,
government
you
had an
know,
excuse to try to destroy
at a
more
much
civil
higher
rights
percentage.
and to
So
eviscerate
I mean,
more
it's
of your
ridiculous.
wealth and personal well-being. So I think it's fair to say, especially with the latest developments that happened in California, with 30 tons of explosive chemicals that just disappeared from a train car, that there probably is
All right,
going to
man.
be
I'm
some
gonna make a
kind
phone
of
call right now
event
as soon as
that
I
we
hang up
should
with you.
be looking out for. That might be a particular
Yeah,
setup of a particular
fucking dude.
story and a narrative that
Poor
benefits
guy.
the state and screws everyone else over, especially in the upcoming presidential election. That, of course,
Cenk
many
Uygur.
people are paying attention to.
Probably.
This is
He
why
doesn't
we need
like
to
him
pay
a lot,
attention to the
very much.
story more than ever, as I think it's fair to say that the very sinister people that did a lot of bad stuff that they were never held accountable for are probably planning more sinister stuff. That's my assessment. That's my personal opinion. What do you think is going on here? What do you think is the actual story of what happened here? Let me know down in the comment section below. For right now, we don't know. We can only speculate. But hey, if you found this speculation interesting, share it with your friends and family members. And because you do, that's one of the reasons that I am still here. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. And this is why I love you guys. Stay tuned for more here on wearechange.org. One more video coming your way right now on lukeunfiltered.com, where I will expand on these ideas. See you there.
Try to find this person here. Get the. Who is this? Oh, Robert Gouveia, yes.
All right, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. It is a beautiful, beautiful Tuesday, my friends. We are rocking and rolling through the week. And as is usual, we know how we like to start Tuesdays here when we don't forget it. It's Taco Tuesday. In addition to the other food groups, sandwich, bacon, pineapple, pizza, spaghetti, and steak day. Thank you to Tanya Karras. And I'm actually very proud of myself for not forgetting it this time. Not forgetful Taco Tuesday is better than even Taco Tuesday. Remembering it. And thank you, Tanya, for sending that in at the start of the show. It is Tuesday, and please hold. Tacos sound pretty good. You know, I haven't really had some carne asada tacos in a while. There's this great place right down the street off 7th Avenue. If you know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. We'll say that. We'll put a pin in that for later after the show. But thank you, Tanya. Who else is here this morning? Let's say hello and good morning. Rosie Posey.
Thought I played that already before.
Yeah, Rosie. We do have some news on Carrie Lake. Unfortunately, it's not good news. The court ruled against her. Yeah.
Of course they did.
So she lost. Now, we're going to get into all of that on the show later. Yeah. We're going to unpack that in details. Let me give you guys a preview. I've already started clipping away as I was prepping for this morning and yesterday. Here's what we're going to get to on the show today. Later coming up. I've already basically
back to this then.
Why are you giving me this? No, this is my information. You asked my ID and everything. Driver's license. That's all I have. You never had a driver's license before? Nope. How are you driving that? I'm traveling. Are you doing one of those things? Okay.
You don't got a driver's license or plates?
Operating in the private, sir.
What's that?
I said I'm operating in the private.
Operating in the private?
Yes, sir.
You're on a public roadway, though.
But you still got the constitutional right to travel.
You do, but you also need valid driver's license to operate a motor vehicle.
That's if you was
And
operating commercially, sir.
Where are you headed?
To the United States of America Republic.
You're already in the United States.
I know. I said I'm going to the Republic.
Where's the Republic at?
We in the Republic right now. We're traveling through the United States of America Republic. The Republic, the United States of America Republic.
Okay, where's that?
In the Republic.
Where's that at?
In the Union Republic states.
Okay, so when you put your GPS on, you put Republic and it
Yes,
comes up?
I put United States of America Republic.
This comes from the Taquan X channel. He was issued a ticket for an ID that he didn't have, but claims the cops couldn't take his car or perform any searches or seizures when he was stopped in Illinois. He possesses no driver's license, no registration, no plates, and no insurance, and he was still able to drive away because he says the cops couldn't establish jurisdiction. When they kept asking him what his address was and where he lives, he kept telling them the United States of America Republic. Let's take a look at how he handled this traffic stop.
How you doing?
Hey, do you have a driver's license?
Yes, sir.
So you don't have a driver's license?
Yeah, that's all I have. Yeah.
Okay. Plates?
Yeah.
Is that a plate? Is that an actual plate?
It's my plate.
Your own plate?
Yeah.
That you made?
I ain't made. I bought it
From the DMV?
from Florida.
Is it a registered plate in the state of Florida?
No, it's not.
No.
Private.
Okay. Why are you giving me this?
No, this is my information. You asked my ID and everything.
Driver's license.
That's all I have.
You never had a driver's license before?
Nope.
How are you driving?
I'm traveling.
Oh, you're doing one of those things. Okay. Rip out.
Okay.
One of those guys.
Where do we live at? United States of America Republic. He pulled off. The officer pulled off. No, he just drove off. Remember that person he had behind him? Yeah. He just pulled off.
All right. So, in the state of Illinois, you need to have valid driver's license and valid plates. If you don't provide me with those two things, I'm gonna have to write you the tickets. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm guessing you live here, right?
No,
All right. What's your address?
I live in the United States of America Republic.
All right. Here's the thing, man. I need to know where you live so I can write you those tickets. If I
No.
can't, if you don't tell me where you live, then I gotta take you in.
I know. I live in the United States of America
I know, I do
Republic.
too. But to make this go smooth for everybody, you give me an address, we can get you out of here as quickly as
I
possible.
live in the United States of America Republic, sir.
So you're not gonna tell me where you live?
I live in the United States of America
Your
Republic. That's
address,
where I live.
where you live.
I don't live in the federal territories. I live in the United States of
Okay,
America
so
Republic.
where is that?
The United States of America Republic, sir.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I live in the United States of America Republic, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's another thing. Never give a contractual waiver. Minimum contacts. Always remember that, Ashley. Minimum contacts. That's when you give an address, you waive your rights. You don't have a phone number. You don't have a mailing address. You reside in the United States of America Republic. They can't overstep until they get the address. Don't ever admit to it. So, of course not.
Yeah, but there was nothing in the train in the U-Haul but a flag.
They're trying to get a contractual waiver in order to gain personal jurisdiction. That's exactly what they do. They try to get a contractual waiver in order to gain personal jurisdiction. You don't got to argue. You don't got to be hostile. You don't got to do nothing. No contract, no jurisdiction. Here go another. They can overstep. Watch this. Don't worry about it. But that's why you give no contract. You get your dad. Worst case scenario, you get your daddy to drive the truck back. You heard me? Huh? You get your daddy. I don't know. You got to drive. But
No, I can't drive. I gotta try.
all right.
You want me to come home right now?
No, hell no, not right now. Fuck me. I don't know why you can't even know the license. I'm good. See right there. Three pulled up.
Don't resist.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm doing good. How about you?
You don't got a driver's license or plates?
Operating in the private, sir. I said I'm operating in the private.
Operating in the private?
Yes, sir.
You're on a public roadway, though.
You still got the constitutional right to travel.
You do, but you also need a valid driver's license to operate a motor vehicle.
That's if you was operating commercially, sir.
Where are you headed?
To the United States of America Republic.
You're already in the United States.
I know. I said I'm going to the Republic.
Where's the Republic at?
We in the Republic right now. We're traveling through the United States of America
Where's your
Republic.
destination?
The Republic, the United States of America Republic.
Okay, where's that?
That's in the Republic.
Where's that at?
In the Union Republic states.
Okay, so when you put your GPS on, you put Republic and it comes up?
I put United States of America Republic.
Okay, and it tells you where you go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. You have no insurance either on the car? So if you get into an accident, what do you say?
I'm in the Republic, sir. I'm in the private.
I'm saying if you get into an accident, you say you're in the Republic?
I'm in the United States of America Republic.
And you have no other form of ID on you besides that passport?
That's just my passport. I have no contracts with the state.
Where do you sleep at night?
The United States of America Republic, sir.
That's where you sleep at?
Yes, sir.
And where's that?
The United States of America Republic, sir.
We're trying to be cool with you, right? You understand, right?
Yeah, I respect all of you guys.
Not providing information is illegal.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm giving you my exact address. That's the United States of America Republic.
That's not a valid address.
That's not a territorial address. That's the country. I don't reside within the federal territories of the District of Columbia.
For work.
Huh?
What do you do for work?
Which is handyman.
Handyman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, but you got to give us an address or give us something. Otherwise, we're going to bring you to the station.
I understand what you're saying. I live in the United States of America
That's
Republic.
not a valid address, though.
I understand that, but this is where I reside at.
All right, so you rather keep saying that than
Yes, sir.
be cooperative with us. And you want to go to the station tonight and have us tow your car?
Sir, you can do whatever you want. You know, I'm
We're
residing.
trying to be lenient with you.
I understand what you're saying, but I reside in the United States of America Republic. I don't have any contracts with the state. I'm not giving any contracts.
So you don't live in any house? Any house?
I live in the Republic.
Nothing?
Yeah, my house
So
is
you live in
my house is my house. I reside in the United States of America Republic.
All right. So when you apply for a job or apply for something,
I
you
just put USA Republic.
You just put USA Republic.
Yes, sir.
No numerical anything.
No, sir.
Just USA Republic.
USA Republic, sir. Of the Union States.
Well, in Illinois, which is where you're at right now.
Yes, sir.
Which is part of the United States, you need to have valid registration on a vehicle to drive on a public roadway, which you're on right now.
Yes, sir.
And you also need a valid driver's license to operate a vehicle in Illinois.
I understand that, sir.
All right, so I mean, we'll let you drive away, but you got to give us a valid address.
I understand that.
If not, we're taking you to the station and then we'll tow the car.
I understand that, sir. Can I give you the address?
Yeah, but okay, United States Republic is not going to work in our system.
I don't have any other address to provide, sir. No, sir.
You got parents' address, mom,
No,
dad.
no, sir.
They live in the United States Republic
Yes,
too?
sir. All right, my man.
That's your kid and wife,
Yes, sir.
and they live with you.
Yes.
They don't have an address either.
Where you live at?
Huh?
Where do we live at?
United States of America Republic. Sorry.
All right. Where do we live at?
United States of America Republic.
I can't wait to go to jail. Ain't no fucking charge. See? Actually, you understand how this works?
Yeah.
The goal is to gain jurisdiction over you. Never give a contractual waiver. Admitting to an address is a contractual waiver.
And this is also considered being detained
Mm-hmm.
because they're not letting you
They're trying to establish it.
Even though the status on their passport says you are the same.
Some police overstep.
For sure.
Some.
This is exactly what that is.
You gotta just be patient. That's why you gotta be calm. You can't argue or nothing. Now, registration would have gave this called realm jurisdiction. If you don't know what realm jurisdiction is, it's when the state don't have personal jurisdiction. Realm jurisdiction means when they have jurisdiction over your property, meaning your vehicle. That's what realm jurisdiction is. I gotta teach you about that too.
So your vehicle is like separate from you.
Yeah.
Sense, right?
Yep. So realm jurisdiction is when they got jurisdiction over your property, like registration or something like that within the state. They give them realm jurisdiction. Realm jurisdiction. My bad. Ooh, it's wind coming in. Cold in. Ain't you hope?
It might not, it's not coming in with like heavy vacuum like that.
All right. Let's get it. Let me come on this side. See?
All right.
Hey,
So, it's your wife, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Significant other. Does she have anything valid?
She don't have any contracts in the state. You got you.
Okay. So, without your help, you're able to figure out who you are. You have no valid registration, okay? Protect you, you can't drive this car. Second thing is, you don't have a valid license. So I'm going to give you those 2 tickets. You're going to have a court date. Okay? You are not allowed to drive off from here. You have to park your car until someone else that has a valid license can drive it.
I got somebody come over.
Someone's coming here.
Yeah, I got somebody coming.
As long as you got someone coming here to pick up your car, that's fine.
With a valid license.
Since none of you guys have valid licenses, none of you guys can drive. You have insurance?
I got none of that.
You got none of that. All right, so that's another ticket. So just sit here.
Okay.
Oh, careful, Cat. What are you doing to somebody? Stop.
You see that? You see how the same thing go?
Hmm. Yeah,
Okay. And usually after they give you the ticket, they're gonna pull out. Ain't no ticket to give you. Accept the ticket, rip that shit up, throw it in the garbage. You listen, do she get valid? Fuck out of here. Listen, nobody in my family will ever have a contract with the state. Didn't sound like that shit was scripted.
Yeah.
Didn't sound like that shit was scripted. Didn't it sound like that shit was scripted when you talking?
Yeah.
Boy, I'm like, what the fuck?
Because they have to like converse about it.
I'll leave.
Like talk about it, like how they want to
Okay.
I thought they were gonna take you in.
So they gonna take me in. First, I was gonna get locked up. The end is illegal. Now we gotta get you a ticket. Fuck out of here.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How about you?
Good, good. My officers talked to you okay?
Yes, sir.
Told you. Hey,
Yes,
how
sir.
are you? Just the little ones asleep?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we'll try and get you going as quick as we can.
Okay.
All right.
Y'all
Sound
did
fair?
an-
Sound good?
Yes, sir. Y'all did an amazing job tonight.
I wasn't here, so don't give me any credit. I just got here now. All right.
Okay. Have a good day, y'all. Rule number 1, never give jurisdiction. Rule number 2, never give jurisdiction. Rule number 3, never ever give a jurisdiction. Don't ever do it. Don't ever give an address, none of that. He gonna say, do anybody else got a valid identification? I'm like, hold on. I thought the passport passport is valid identification. So y'all want me to have a contract in the state? No, no, no. They're all finna go.
It was nice though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he knew exactly what was in that passport, but it was just them trying to like push it. You know, that's the goal. But he knew exactly what it said on the passport because he came to the car with such great mannerism.
Yeah.
You know, because if it was anything else, we'd have been on bull. You're trying to drag your tail out the car on that type of time.
Let me be a dark skinned brother with dreadlocks with a driver's license. What? Well, they would have threw me on the ground, beat my ass. Y'all need to learn this, brothers. He's just writing out the tickets. He got to write out 4 tickets.
For no license, no insurance,
Mm-hmm.
plates, and
Yep.
what else?
No license, no registration, no insurance. I don't know. That's about it. About 3. I think about 3. Ain't gonna be no address, nothing on that. Ain't gonna be nothing on that. There's nothing to suspend. There's nothing to revoke. There's nothing to cancel.
Passport though?
And just come on, man. It's cold, yo.
Because on the passport it says he's a
Super
U.S.
cold out
national,
here.
not a U.S. citizen.
They're waiting 43 minutes. Yeah. They're waiting 43 minutes, man. Dang. This is long. This is the longest do not detain thing ever, y'all.
So what's the difference between
He considers himself a national, not a citizen.
Republic and rule free delivery? And
Which I get.
why should you use?
Because it'll pretty much pull them back a light. Rural free delivery, it's like they don't know. But United States of America Republic, it's clear that you live on the land, the country. Rural free delivery is like rural areas. That's not giving them deep indication. So if you say I live in the United States of America Republic, you pretty much say I live in the country. I don't live in the fictitious territorial boundaries or territorial jurisdiction.
Would either one of them work, or is it best to just use the person?
It's best to use the United States of America Republic. In my personal
What's
experience.
your name? Your date of birth?
I never use like rural free delivery is cool, but no. I use United States of America Republic. Yeah, right to travel, yeah. But you ain't never seen that do not detain list. He's seen people. The police seeing people with a do not detain list who got a lot of contracts with the state. And those people went to jail. Every time. They always went to jail. Always.
All right, you got your ride coming?
I mean, they issue you a
I
number.
gotta
on there.
order it.
What?
I gotta order the ride.
You gotta order it.
Yeah, because I was waiting for y'all.
Yeah. If you want to go ahead and order it, because it's gonna be a few minutes. We just can't have you sitting on the side of the road.
Okay, can we go over there or something? Can we go over there until you come?
You can't drive.
I know I said can we pull it right there? We pull it over right here. We're not driving, we're pulling
Yeah,
over
you
right
know
there.
what? We'll do that.
Okay.
Let me get you to sign this stuff first, okay? We'll go around.
Yeah.
You don't got a car seat for your other child?
Yeah, we got a car seat. He was breastfeeding.
Where's the car seat at? Yeah, 2 car seats.
All right. Now what's going on?
All right, so you get some tickets. That's pretty much it. You get a court date.
Okay.
That's it. You'll be on your way. These are your tickets. I'll explain to you. Actually, I can explain to you on this part. So this is an I-bond. So technically, this is an arrest because you're driving without a license. It's a misdemeanor. This is going to be your court date right here, Skokie, June 14th at 9 a.m. Room 102. These are the tickets you're getting. The car seat, no insurance, no plate, and no driver's license. Okay? That's it. You just sign right there. That's it.
I don't accept the terms.
Still gotta go, man.
I understand what you're saying.
You know, if you don't go, they're going to issue a warrant for your arrest.
I understand that.
And then anytime you get in contact with any single government agency, you're going to get arrested.
I understand that.
And on top of that, like, look, you seem like a nice guy, but you're causing a lot of issues for yourself because if you don't go to court, we're going to issue that warrant.
Okay.
You're
If you
gonna
don't
get
comply.
pulled over because you don't have any plates.
Yes, sir.
So
I
I don't know if
understand.
you want to do that with your family.
I understand.
So you don't want to sign?
No, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to write refuse.
U.S. passports are issued to citizens and nationals of the United States.
All right. So you're going to pull over right there.
Okay. I got
I'll
you.
meet you around the corner.
All right. They're gonna write me tickets to where I never lived at. That's crazy. Call a tow truck real quick. Yeah. Tell them to take us to Walmart parking lot. Now.
I gotta see it, please. Sorry.
Nope.
Hey, don't look at the court dates on there because those are not correct. The ones on here are correct.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
That's
Thank
it?
you. Yeah, and get that baby seat in there.
All right. Thank you so much.
And plus, it's
All right.
ID
Have a
for
good
if you want to travel to other
All right.
countries. Travel, not drive.
They pulled off, y'all. They funny as hell. So when they pull off, you already know we finna pull off. No, just stay right there. They finna leave. Don't worry about it. You know damn well we ain't finna get no tow truck. I'm finna rip this shit up. I don't know why they even gave me this bullshit. I don't even got a state ID in the state. You know that, right? It said driver's license never issued. They ain't searched the car, nothing. No jurisdiction, boy. They ain't finna fuck court. Y'all know.
What was on there?
It was my old ID that I surrendered, but they couldn't use that as jurisdiction because they would have pulled me out the fucking car, of course. But I never had a license. See right here, no registration, none of that. I don't have none of that. They used a license I had when I was 19, 18 that I surrendered. But even though the DMV is showing that, bro, they pulled off. Come on now. Hold on. They say they pull off too. They pulled off too, bro. Yeah. No, one of them right there. See?
Yeah, because I don't see the lights in this reflection right here. I don't see the lights in the
It's back there.
unless they turn the lights on. So also the fourth one.
Now he pulled up. Yeah.
Well, hell yeah, they did.
Yeah, so it's like
A lot more freedom, liberty.
See? They all three pulled off right home. I see the third one. Okay, yeah. Give him a minute.
Don't you sit for like another 5 minutes.
No, they can leave. They leaving.
Because they know. Because they could have been in the box. They've been in the box. You know what I'm saying? So sit here for a couple more, like, you know. Want your shoes? Want your shoes? Give the baby the shoes? Go out in the wrong spot. Or waiting at like a certain, like, you know.
All right. I'm out.
I'll leave the link to Taquan X in the description. He's got a lot of informative videos you might want to check out. If you think about it, let him know Here's the Deal sent you. Also, leave your thoughts about this in the comments below. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumb.
Got most of it prepared. Carrie Lake's coming up. We're going to go through the full order. We're going to take a look at reaction on this. Stephen Richer is like doing a weird thing on Twitter, like gloating. Carrie Lake said she's going to have an announcement, and then we're going to dive into the appeal. So I still need to flesh that stuff out. We're also going to hit, so just so we know what's coming up, we'll get into all of that, which sucks, but we'll break it down. I still want to look into the appeal. I still want to see what the filings look like and all of that. So we'll get into that. Other story for this afternoon is going to be E. Jean Carroll. I re-grabbed the Trump clip that caused this issue, but E. Jean Carroll, we spent a lot of time on that trial. They're asking for more money. So we've got two things we'll review there. Judge Kaplan sent a letter. I'm sorry, Roberta Kaplan sent a letter into the judge, as well as a memo in support of that. And then Trump is getting, apparently, he's having a lecture today by the judge out of New York. So we'll follow up on that. And there's some rumors that the special counsel is wrapping up. And then there's another story that Trump is suing the Washington Post for $3.7 billion, which will be fun. It's actually the Trump company, Trump Media Technology Group, is going to be sued for $3.7 billion. And so we're going to get to all of those on the show later today. So yeah, not good news for Kerry, but I want to explore the appeal, and we'll see. I don't have a lot of long-term optimism for it with an appeal again or anything like that. Just to be clear, the longer Katie Hobbs sits ensconced, the longer I think, the harder it becomes, right? It's once the concrete starts to set, in other words, the longer she's there. So we'll talk about it. And then this morning, I've got a couple other stories. I've got a Hillary Clinton story. She's dunking on Joe Biden and his age. And so we'll get into that. We've got the Biden stumble down the stairs. And I found another interesting angle on this where they're just like, let him go, like let him just fall. And then we'll talk about that. And then I found this Hunter Biden IRS story where they are sending in some additional, basically they're saying that the IRS and the DOJ have been protecting the Biden crime family for quite some time. And so we'll get into those coming on up. Quick preview there. But let's say our good mornings before we hit some of the other headlines.
Okay. In Toledo?
Brandon Rudder says, uh-oh, Joe, time to go. Yeah, even when Hillary Clinton's coming out, she's like a spring-loaded
several places
presidential trap. You got to be very careful with her.
What is the job?
Clown World status from the
recruiters do that there. I
follow Clown World.
I know Synchron is one of them. I know
this is
Electroprime is one of them.
All right, we'll put a pin in that.
Hearthside Foods.
What else do we have?
Okay. Are they
this
all
one from
Hmm?
Rosie says, "Dang, Jay Cutburst here."
Well,
Jeff's in the house.
no.
It is
Hearthside
a beautiful
is the only
Tuesday
one
indeed.
that's a food company. The other
Beth
one
is here. What's up, Beth? _Shay. It's good to see you. Coleman Freeze here.
Electroprime starts
Offer
at
a
a
quick
decent
run.
price. Not
Nice.
much
Get that
background
exercise
information
in.
needed.
Broken-hearted mom
10-hour
says,
shifts,
"Okay,
so
I guess
4
back
days
to
a week.
Arizona Supreme Court with the new
Sometimes they do
evidence
have
that the
overtime.
judge wouldn't allow in." No, not really. I mean, the new evidence, they can ask the Supreme Court to say why didn't he allow it in, but I don't. I think that they're going to be done. I think that there's going to be some finality there. I mean, the judge let
It's right across from the casino too. It's right
he was
there.
limited by the counts. I mean, there's appealable stuff. I just don't, my point is,
In fact, at night, the reason that my office is open later now is because
So
I'm
that
helping
they don't have to
cover
deal with it.
over there when the new folks are coming in.
The
At
salty sergeant's here, and I don't mean that to be.
But there is a day shift as
lacking in optimism or anything, but we got to be realistic as well. Yeah, not good news. Tanya says. Yeah, Carrie tweeted that the verdict came out late yesterday. It came out after the show, about 7:15 p.m. And here I'll drop that in the Telegram if you guys want it. It's actually right here. I'll just drop the link so you guys can have it if you want to read through it.
Shift starts at
It's
16.
it's what we expected.
Night shift
it's
is
not
16:50
anything
to start.
out of the ordinary.
Day shift is
16.
So this is the actual opinion.
16:50 to start.
That we'll go through. Not super long. Actually, that's the minute entry from yesterday, from the previous. This is the one. What the heck? What did they do with it?
Are they the same shifts like Spectrum?
They pull it off?
No. Actual times.
Yeah, so here it is.
There's
It's not what you
your
it's
shift.
about what you
Well, I mean, the
expect.
start
court
time
does
is
not find clear and convincing
depending on
evidence.
what shift you are, but
that there was
there's two different
misconduct
lines
under
in
the
each
rules.
shift, and they each start. I mean, you'll start at the same time on your start date, but then it'll depend on
And
what
he just
line you
confirms
end
that
up.
Kerry Lake lost and that
There's-
Katie Hobbs
They're mostly they do like
is
powder coating,
the governor.
electro,
much to my dismay.
electrifying the parts, different parts for a lot of.
So we'll drop that if you guys want to preview, read it.
And the job is basically you're hanging the parts on hooks or taking them
chats.
off and putting them in the crates.
Over on Telegram too.
Usually nothing too heavy either. It's just usually mostly small parts.
Abe Amadei says Matty Adams is the one to watch. Poems here. Melissa says bummer. Yeah, it's a bummer, no doubt. Brandon Rudder.
And that's just that
Hughes,
place.
Golden Gaming's
There are
here.
other
What's
places
up, Matty
down there, too,
Adams? Good to see everybody. Hey, maybe Sunshine. Good to see you.
but-
Paul Hayden is here. I see Bonnie's typing. Kate Rockwell. Good to see everybody. All right, so there were some other things percolating out there.
So
first of
I'll
all,
give you the number. You know where it's at,
I
right?
promised Zach Nichols that we were going to watch this clip together. This was from the thread yesterday. I did watch it. It is a funny clip. I will let everybody watch it on their own time, but it is funny.
Well, I work closely with
sharing
them
it.
because they send me the names.
I did watch it, but
Heather,
I
I would
laughed
ask
my butt
for
off.
Heather when I
But I will
called.
let everybody watch
Personally,
that
I
on
would
their own
ask
time.
for her.
So, watch that on your
Just
own time.
easy.
It's from the
It's pretty
prior
easy
thread
going, pretty easy
yesterday.
going.
It's pretty funny. And
Okay.
it's funny. It's let me just say it's an exploitation of the whole pronoun game. Kind of ridiculous. And it's pretty funny. So go check that out. Now, here on the day's schedule, we've got May 23rd, 2023.
3:30.
You can see the big issue that has been lingering for some time has been about this debt ceiling crisis.
I wouldn't even bother trying to leave a
So,
message there because
not
they
much
get so many
activity today
messages.
on
People,
Tuesday.
we've been trying to get
President gets
away
the
from it,
brief,
but people are keep calling
and
the
then there's a
recruiting
press
office when
secretary
they want to
briefing
call
by
off.
Karine later this afternoon.
So it's
we saw yesterday that they did have a meeting.
voicemail
And we were
fills
all
up pretty
wondering what the fallout of this meeting was.
because
The
you're
president
hiring.
meets
They're
with
they're
VP
literally hiring for
Kevin
about 5
McCarthy, full text and analysis.
Oh, okay.
Now we're coming up against the clock here.
Those are
Like,
just
we
the
got
ones that I know right
a
offhand.
week,
There are others.
and then the bills are due, and there's no money to pay them. And I don't know what that means. So they turn the power off
When I was talking about
for the federal government, which would be
that would be the
okay with
easiest
me.
to get into.
So we'll have to see. Now,
The
I
other
wanted
ones
to
may
check
take
in and see
a
what
couple
they're
more
saying
steps.
about it. They had a meeting. President Biden came out and said, I just
You're welcome.
concluded a
Anytime.
productive meeting, I'm sure.
Good to see you guys
with
again.
Speaker McCarthy about the need to prevent default and avoid a catastrophe
Thank you.
for our economy. We reiterated once again,
I'll be
the
right back.
default is off the table. All right. And the only way to move forward is in good faith towards a bipartisan agreement. All right. While there are areas of disagreement, the Speaker and I and his lead negotiators, Chairman McHenry and Congressman Graves, and our staffs will continue to discuss a path forward. All right. So we'll see if they get anything done. McCarthy says there are 9 days left for the Democrats to meet the deadline. But since President Biden ignored this debt crisis for more than 100 days, make no mistake, any default would be the Biden default. So they're trying to blame each other for this stuff. And I think I did see some headlines saying that this would probably get stuck with old Joe if this does happen. Why? Well, because he's the president, first of all. And he's also got the Democrats in charge of the Senate.
That's you.
Here is the timeline
Talk
from
about
Kevin
it.
McCarthy. We're now
Motherfucker.
10 days out from a Biden
See
default.
what said in the
He
thumbnail?
ignored the looming crisis for months, despite my repeated calls to negotiate. Because of his inaction, he risks bumbling around into the first default in American history. And here's the nice little timeline of this. You can see in the
He's
red
actually
what
in,
Republicans have done January 12th. Hey, Joe, can we
Arizona.
talk? January 22nd. Hey, let's talk negotiations.
Thanks.
Same
New
thing,
Mexico.
26.
Me too.
Responsible debt limit increase.
same
No
thing.
negotiations all through January. February 1st was the first meeting. Delivers an address. Begin negotiations. May 9th, second meeting. And then on May 17th, President Biden finally acknowledges the debt limit negotiations. There you go.
You see him, Matthew?
Meanwhile, these Republicans, look at them, working hard. And the House already passed the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. It would increase the debt limit and avoid a default. There's a plan. Let's talk. Nothing. So we'll see what they do. I always expect them to come to deals on these things. It's in nobody's interest to default, ultimately. So I think they'll get to the wire, and it'll probably be a Friday night thing. Actually, that's probably exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a Friday night deal. What's the date Friday is going to be, the 26th. Because, nobody's going to want, they're all just playing a stupid game right now. And then they're all going to bend and come to a deal. And because the deal is going to anger everybody, they're just going to dunk it on us on a Friday night. So the Republicans can say, we won. And the Democrats can say, we won. And then they're just going to bury it in there, probably spend a bunch more money we don't have. And everybody's going to forget about it. Is there anything big going on this weekend they can cover it up with? Or maybe they'll crash another U-Haul into the White House and put out some Nazi flags. Again, if you missed that story. So apparently that happened at the White House too. So that's what's going on. We'll see what they come to. I'm not too worried about it. Over in C-SPAN world, what do they have? A lot of stuff happening today. Hearing on the third-party prescription drug programs, State Department's talking about abducted kids in front of Congress, which, all right. So what are they going to do anything about it? Probably not. House Republicans hold a news conference. And I saw this, and I get so irritated with the Republicans. Their optics are so bad sometimes. Look at this. Look at this room that they're in. They shove the Republicans in like a closet. 4 people show up. 5. My bad. Probably 2 of them are staffers, Then the Republicans come in the closet. They're like, just give them the closet. I'm like, okay, that works for us. Put some flags over there. Zoom in on my neck. Can we get a bigger room here? Get a stage or something, man. Get Biden's fake stage.
Video?
Come on.
Personal privilege at the top. I learned this morning of 2 deputy sheriffs from Saratoga County who were shot in the line of duty in my home.
All right, so they come in, they all take their
Keep
turn,
stacking
and whatever, and they throw them back out of the closet. Can we get a bigger room for the Republicans? Gosh, embarrassing. I know it's petty, but it's true.
Republicans don't deserve it.
Right? Yeah. Gypsy says, I got a cupboard that's bigger than that. Bonnie says, my bedroom's bigger than that. They're in charge of the house, man. Get them a bigger room, for crying out loud. We like optics, man. Not being shoved in the Gypsy Muse's closet. What was that pin that says V? I don't know. Was that a CIA pin? On who? Oh, on the neck? On the zoom in on the neck? I don't know. Let's go.
Right now, I want to talk about how they figured out that, yes, turns out there were lots of feds in the January 6th crowd. Breaking: Washington FBI field office confirms undercover officers, confidential informants, and FBI assets were embedded in the crowds at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. This is an article from Gateway Pundit from May 18th, Thursday. Senator Ted. Now here's Ted Cruz. He's gonna grill the FBI's Jill Sanborn on Ray Epstein. Do you remember this? First of all, let me get back to this. Let me get back to this. Matt Getz confirmed today that the government was running several assets in the crowds during the January 6, 2021 protests in Washington, D.C. Dozens, if not hundreds, of government operatives filled the protests at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. The Gateway Pundit previously identified 20 different confirmed incidents and operations involving federal, state, and local government operatives who infiltrated the massive Trump crowds. Each one of these incidents has been confirmed by the far-left press or the government in court documents. We currently have no idea how many federal, state, and local government operatives were working undercover on January 6th, but it looks like it's close to 100 operatives. I bet you it's way more. Leading the charge on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Recent court documents reveal the Biden Department of Justice admitting to at least 40 undercover operatives within the Proud Boys alone. So the Department of the DOJ had 40.
And there was what? 4 Proud Boy
Inside
defendants?
the Proud Boys on January 6th.
Assets.
The U.S. government finally admitted in this letter they sent out before the trial that they were running confidential human resources. They called them CHSs. Those are people working for the feds. They call them CHSs inside the Oath Keepers organization. In November of 2022, the FBI finally admitted
that they had 8 informants inside the Proud Boys organization on January 6th, and likely more. So the FBI had 8, the DOJ had 40. The FBI had as many as 8 informants inside the Proud Boys in the months around the January 6th Capitol attack. Recent court papers indicate raising questions about how much federal investigators were able to learn from them before and after it took place. So you know that the feds knew that January 6th was going to happen. And so now you know, well, why didn't they do anything to try to stop it? Because they were egging it out and pushing it on because they wanted this to happen.
Yeah, because what would be the long-term consequence
The
of that?
long-term consequence, that is, you can disqualify Donald Trump from being president again, because you can disqualify his whole political organization, his whole political movement as terrorists. And that's what they did. The Department of Justice, and remember, if it wasn't Donald Trump, if Bernie Sanders actually had the
Doubling
sack
down
to
even
go ahead
after
and
all
grab
this shit.
power, they'd be doing this to Bernie Sanders and Bernie Sanders supporters. The Department of Justice admitted to 40 government CSA, Proud Boys federal update. Shocked, the Department of Justice now admits that another 40 undercover agents were with the Proud Boys. The vast majority of the group was paid by the government as either W-2 employees or as CHSs. And here, at least 2 law enforcement agencies each outnumbered the FBI in terms of running undercover agents, informants, and CHSs on January 6th. First, the D.C. Metro Police had 13 undercover plainclothes agents among the Proud Boys and other parts. So they had 13. The FBI is admitting to 9. The Department of Justice says 40. There appears to have been 19 CHSs on January 6th belonging to the agency called HIS, so Homeland Security Investigation. So that's even more. Wow. When added to the 8 FBIs, but this means that there were at least 40 undercover informants or agents doing surveillance among them on Thursday, March. Okay, so there you go. And the number keeps growing to 50 or more that they are admitting to. Breaking, another doozy of a motion filed today by the Proud Boys defense lawyer related to informants, undercover agents. The number of DC Metro undercover agents keeps growing. So let's see. Where's the number? Let me get it.
Hello, Taurus. Your energy feels like a rare truffle dipped in
And just the last weekend, the defense learned that there was at least 10 to 12 additional previously unknown plainclothes Metropolitan Police Department officers among the Proud Boys. This brings the total number of informants among defendants on or around January 6th to 6 or 50 or more. And there's great reason to believe that number is higher. And now this, Washington, D.C. FBI field office confirmed on Thursday that undercover officers, confidential informants, and FBI assets were present, despite the FBI director, Ray, testifying that there weren't. So that guy should be in prison. And so Michael Schellenberg, who done a lot of reporting, and he says this. Indeed, there may have been hundreds of undercover government agents and informants, both local and federal, in the January 6th crowd. According to one January 6th witness, there were 100 to 200 Secret Service agents alone at the Capitol before and during the breach of the police barriers. So no one has even mentioned the Secret Service yet. It wouldn't surprise me if there were 1,000 feds in that goddamn. And by the way, they won't release the video, right? So this is a FBI whistleblower testifying under oath that FBI won't allow 11,000 hours of January 6 footage to be released because it would expose undercover agents committing crimes inside the Capitol. Not only was January 6th a Fed setup, but now it's confirmed that the FBI is also covering its tracks. So just as we've been reporting all along, January 6th was a Fed operation, and now they're covering their tracks. And listen to what this guy says.
Those individuals were inside the Capitol, to which the SSA responded back. And I was privy to these conversations firsthand. Why can't you show us why can't you just give us access to the 11,000 hours of video that's available? Because there may be UC's, undercover officers, or CHS's confidential human sources on those videos whose identity we need to protect.
So, Mr. Allen, you got retaliated.
So that's why, because they don't want you to see the feds inside the Capitol doing illegal stuff. And they tried to ask the FBI before. Ted Cruz tried to ask the FBI, how many feds did you have in the crowd January 6th? And this was the answers he got.
How many FBI agents or confidential informants actively participated in the events of January 6th?
Sir, I'm sure you can appreciate that I can't go into the specifics of sources and methods.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants actively participate in the events of January 6th? Yes or no?
Sir, I can't answer that.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants commit crimes of violence on January 6th?
I can't answer that, sir.
Did any FBI agents or FBI informants actively encourage and incite crimes of violence on January 6th?
Sir, I can't answer that.
Ms. Sadburn, who is Ray Epps?
So now you know why she can't answer any of those questions. Because if she told the truth, they'd find out that that January 6th was an FBI psyop, and they had a couple of hundred of feds doing this psyop on January 6th. That's why she can't tell you the truth. And now he's going to ask you, who is Ray Epps? And she's going to pretend like she doesn't know. And we all know who Ray Epps is, and he's going to show you.
I'm aware of the individual, sir. I don't have the specific background to him.
Well, there are a lot of people who are understandably very concerned about Mr. Epps. On the night of January 5th, 2021, Epps wandered around the crowd that had gathered, and there's video out there of him chanting, "Tomorrow, we need to get into the Capitol, into the Capitol." This was strange behavior, so strange that the crowd began chanting, "Fed, Fed, 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 Fed." Ms. Sandburn, was Ray Epps a Fed?
Sir, I cannot answer that question.
The next day, on January 6th, Mr. Epps is seen whispering to a person, and 5 seconds later, 5 seconds after he's whispering to a person, that same person begins to forcibly tear down the barricades. Did Mr. Epps urge them to tear down the barricades?
Sir, similar to the other answers, I cannot answer that.
Shortly thereafter, the FBI put out a public post seeking information on individuals connected with violent crimes on January 6th. Among those individuals, in the bottom there, is Mr. Epps. The FBI publicly asked for information, offering cash rewards leading to information leading to the arrest. This was posted, and then sometime later,
they took him off.
magically, Mr. Epps
was taken off the
disappeared
most
from the
wanted
public
list.
posting. According to public records, Mr. Epps has not been charged with anything. No one's explained why a person videoed urging people to go to the Capitol, a person whose conduct was so suspect the crowd believed he was a Fed, would magically disappear from the list of people the FBI was looking at. Ms. Sandburn, a lot of Americans are concerned that the federal government deliberately encouraged illegal and violent conduct on January 6th. My question to you, and this is not an ordinary law enforcement question, this is a question of public accountability. Did federal agents or those in service of federal agent actively encourage violent and criminal conduct on January 6th?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
So there you go. More proof. Hundreds of feds embedded in the January 6th inside the Proud Boys, the DC cops, Department of Justice,
look
FBI,
good, Anna.
all kinds of people infiltrated that
Holy
crowd.
shit.
It's
Was that yesterday?
weird that they couldn't stop them. Check out my new stand-up special, COVID Lies Are Funny, at jimmydore.com. Only $10. Become a premium member. We're going to be on tour in Northampton, Massachusetts, Syracuse, Cohoes, New York, Hartford, Los Angeles, Bakersfield, California, Baltimore, Maryland, and San Francisco, California. Plus, we say Chicago. There's lots of stuff. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. See you there.
Saratoga County who were shot in the line of duty in my home district. My family.
Peace to those officers. No, what was that? Marine? What is that? Who knows what that is? Anybody? What is that one right there? I have no idea. Isn't that the presidential seal? What is this? Where's... How do we search for that? Google reverse image search. Presidential seal? I don't know. Let me see. Search using an image. Here, we're going to search using an image and see if Google can capture this. Here's what it tells it. Nah, see, it's like hard. Here's what Google says, or here's what Bing says when I search by image. You know, that's not it. None of those are it. It's just pulling pins. I don't know what it is. Probably white supremacy pin of some variety. Don't know. But all right, so that's what's going on over there. In the House, we've got necks and pins.
2 years in office were causing, and they were late to react on interest rates, and so they ended up having to overreact and raise rates even higher and higher.
That's the flag.
For the United States enter into hand.
What's that one?
We see this
time
and time again that this administration and these individuals and our colleagues on the left like to change definitions to fit their narrative. That's exactly what they're doing. And I was just door open to delaying
That's the flag.
$3,500. But this again, Joe Biden, we passed and law enforcement fall table. I actually come to the table with drug traffickers armed.
And what's that one?
You say please to chat
pins on, man. What is that one?
GPT.
And it matches his tie.
Yes.
Congressional pins? Like committee pins? Is that what it is? I don't know. Very curious. I don't know that it means anything. I'm just curious what they're wearing. I mean, that's a conscious decision to wake up and like, what pins do you put on that day? I don't know. I don't have a pin collection or think all that much about
congressional
pins, quite frankly. That's why I'm just kind of curious about it. Yeah, I mean, like committee pins or other things. I don't know. Anyways, very curious. House and the Senate each have their own pins. Yeah, but we saw two different pins this morning. We saw the red and the green, and they looked like they were different, right? So I'm confused, but that's not unusual. All right, so let's hit some of these stories because we have a couple good ones to get to. And I think we'll start with old Hillary. She's back in the game, or I think wants to get back in the game. We have to start with Hillary. Hillary Clinton still really wants to be president, so much so that she's now joining the chorus of others sharing concerns about Joe Biden's age and stumbles. And if Joe Biden doesn't run again, suddenly that slot opens up. And guess who would be ready to serve on day one? Hillary Clinton. Hillary was asked about a recent Biden stumble going down the stairs in Japan. And before we listen to her response here, let's watch the Biden footage so that we can see what happened. We have that queued up here. Volume check. This is Joe going down the steps. This is Joe going down the steps in Japan. Couple stumbles there. A little bit of a close call. Catches himself, makes it, shakes hands. Woo! All right, close call. Now, I have another angle of this, which was very interesting, which is here, a little bit longer footage. And this, you're going to see somebody wave another person off who is maybe supposed to be escorting him down. We see this person right here who may be a security agent, security personnel, somebody who is a minder of Joe. We don't know. But then we have another individual who maybe is with the Japanese security who waves him off very briefly and just says, let him go, or don't follow him down because he's going to meet with my president. Something interesting happens. It's highlighted in red. Watch. Then we get up. Careful, Joe. Careful. Now, Joe does the thing where he tries to be confident, so he doesn't like to use the handrails. I'm young and spry and competent and don't have dementia, and I can lead a country. But we know that's not true. And it is interesting that he is still competent, or believes he's competent, in this maneuver. And this is an interesting hand wave. He's pushing somebody away. Don't come before Biden is let on his own.
Robert Gouveia, Watching the Watchers. This is his channel.
That could have been bad. Glad he caught himself. Glad he is okay there. But people are concerned about it, and Hillary Clinton is one of them. Here is what she said when asked about this.
What's his channel?
Let's do a volume check on this. For some reason, the audio is real low. We'll get the volume boost.
Where he almost fell over coming down the stairs a day or two ago. Didn't use the railings, jumped there with him. Every time that happens, your heart is in your mouth because these things could be consequential. Is that a concern?
Well, I mean, it's a concern for anyone. And we've had presidents who've fallen before who were a lot younger, and people didn't go into, heart palpitations. But his age is an issue, and people have every right to consider it.
Ooh.
But, he has this great saying, and I think he's right.
It is an issue.
Don't judge him by running against the Almighty, but against the alternative. And I am, of the camp that I think, he's determined to run. He has a good record that 3 years ago people would not have predicted would have gotten done.
What has he gotten done?
He doesn't get the credit yet that he deserves for what is happening out in the country in terms of,
All right. So it is an issue, and people are right to have concerns about it, but trust his track record. And other people have fallen, and other people have had their own little spills. In fact, we remember when Hillary Clinton had a little bit of an issue herself, when she got thrown into the side of a van like a slab of beef during a prior presidential election. You remember this one. And then she walks out later, her body bubble.
How are you feeling, Secretary Clinton?
Oh, I feel great.
you feeling better?
Feel way better. Yeah, I feel much better now. This was Hillary right here. Collapsed. And they just threw her in there. Like luggage. So we know what the Democrats are willing to do for their nominees. But the question is, what do the American voters think about it? President Biden's getting some pretty terrible polls. AP tells us very low ratings on economy, guns, immigration, and, everything else in the country. As he's embarking on his re-election campaign with Hillary Clinton salivating at the sidelines, just 33% of Americans say they approve of his handling of the economy. And that's a bad number if you're running for president, because it's all about the economy, stupid. Only 24% say national economic conditions are in good shape, according to a new poll. Public approval of Biden's handling of an economy remains low. We've got high inflation, difficult housing market, concerns about a debt default. American opinion is gloomy about his efforts on guns, immigration. Only 31% say they approve of his performance on these issues. Overall, 40% say they approve of his job, similar to where he has stood for much of his previous administration.
Sorry, guys.
And so there's more. Over 60% of Americans think that Biden won't even make it through 2028. This is from the Daily Caller. Say that a majority of Americans believe Biden doesn't have the ability to even make it. 61% said Kamala would end up taking over for Biden if he won a second term, which is not good for the Democrats, because I don't think people like Kamala either. The number was higher among Republicans. 82% say, yeah, he's not going to make it. And the survey polled 2,000 Americans online over several days. 57% said they had doubts about his mental fitness. 65% saying he's too old for office. Biden's publicly addressed these concerns, but the polls are not looking good. And the question becomes, when do they decide to eject Joe Biden if it's looking like he's going to lose? And according to a new Harvard-Harris poll that came out on May 19th, on Friday, Trump is up 47 over Biden's 40. Trump plus 7. They've got other results. Biden versus DeSantis is a tie, according to that. Haley versus Biden, Biden wins by 2. Trump-Harris, Trump wins by 11. DeSantis-Harris, tie. Harris-Haley, Harris wins. So we have very interesting numbers, probably causing an absolute earthquake and panic in the leftosphere. If these numbers are true, other people say maybe they want to run against Trump. They think Trump is actually the most beatable. But those numbers, if these polls are accurate, and you always take those with a grain of salt, show the opposite. Show Trump crushes Biden by 7 points if everything is allowed to operate fair and square. So pretty damning numbers. And this might be the response from the left. They're also pointing out, saying, well, yeah, maybe those are general polls, but in swing states, Trump is getting killed. Says whatever the panic is, they say that Trump is getting crushed in swing states. Nearly all of the 15 gathered swing state voters described feeling negative emotions when they saw Biden on television. They say that Biden is terrible, concerned, confused, worried, sad, even panicked. Every single one said they wished Biden and his old Republican were not running. But as the focus group steered this conversation on,
so they couldn't even get a white guy to pretend to be a white supremacist. They cast
ballots for Trump in 2016, Biden in 2020. 9 of the 15 said they would vote for Biden. 3 said they'd go back to Trump, and others would not vote at all. The results show that essentially as much as people don't like Biden, the Washington Post says they don't like Trump more. especially in swing states. And so things will be close. The big question will be whether Joe Biden continues to run or whether they eject him from the game so that people like Hillary can jump in. And maybe it's not just Hillary. Maybe it's Newsom, Buttigieg, others want to get in there and take charge. We'll see. All right, let's see what you guys say about it, my friends. Elections are a long ways off. Totally. Don't believe any crap Washington Post has to say. Good general rule as well. Who's over on YouTube? Randall's in the house. Good to see you. 24/7 Lies, AZ Skies. Yeah, there is a long way to go on everything, right? Bonnie shared this. 2/3 of voters say the country needs another choice other than Biden and Trump, including the majority in all parties. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty funny. Doesn't it feel like that every election, though? I mean, like let's just reverse. Probably most people felt close to those numbers in 2020, probably 2016. 2012, Obama, Romney. 2008, Obama, McCain. So I don't think 2016. I think that a lot of people were happy with Trump in 2016. 2020, yeah, I don't know. I guess this is probably right. I guess these numbers are probably a lot more dramatic now. But still, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, I think people like new, people like energy, people want change, right? Change. Yeah, they want progress. I think people want competency and stability. And man, we have had a show. We have had a friggin' show these last few years, and a roller coaster. Brownstone says, Trump or bust. At some point, says, we the people will have to act. They're laughing at us. Yeah, I think they are. They're putting Republicans in closets now for their press conferences. This room's bigger than that room. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I should have the Republicans over. Bring the whole Republican committee over to my studio. Hey, this is bigger than what they shove you in Washington, Uncle Shane says, I'm laughing at us. Well, that's kind of what we do on the show every day. It's just laugh at everything. Beyond Geo's here. What's up, Beyond? Toenails here. Jumpin' Jeff says, first thing candidates need to do is accurately and precisely define the problems. Then identify what is currently working, gathering the ongoing support of said candidate. Lastly, lay out the path to the solution. It is basic, no word salad, just concise wit. Good comment from Jumpin' Jeff. I feel like Vivek's doing a lot of that. Personally, he's got all his issues fleshed out, and he's just, I think laying it all out there on the line. And he's very smart, very articulate, and he's got just kind of like an outline. Boom, 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 boom. And I like a lot of what he says. He's young, 37. Yeah, he's super competent. That's what I like. I like competence, action,
that's cool, Anna.
people doing things, getting things done. I enjoy the sport of politics, but I could do without the sport in favor of competence, just to be clear on that. Trump brought a lot of sport and competence, but a lot of the sport detracted from some of the competence at some level. Not by his fault. I'm not blaming him for that. I think that the sport was exploited, and I think that there was some utility in the sport, and he got some of the things that he needed to get done because of the sport and because he was good at the sport in some ways. Yeah. Good to see you, Toenail. Says, I'm thankful for my daughter so I can help lead her into becoming an upstanding citizen. What a great comment. Sounds like you're an amazing parent. And thanks for sharing that. American Dreamer's here. Says, we the people say, thanks, Rob. Well, thank you, American Dreamer. I appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat in here this morning on this Taco Tuesday. Michael Allen Hughes Says another brick in the wall. The truth is getting exposed. The genie's out of the bottle. Internet is the bottle. We're the genie exposing the corruption. Totally agree with this, Michael Allen Hughes.
Hey,
Totally agree with this. I think
see
just
that
talking
email
about it is
from
a
Gina?
very big, important thing to do. Just sharing your
But why
ideas,
is she
sharing your
asking me
thoughts,
any question
you know,
about
talking with your
this?
friends, your family, dinner tables, and all the places to.
I'm like, why is
bring
my
these
name
issues to
even
the
in this
forefront.
email?
Because it serves them if they can just forget about
Mhm.
everything and just sort of throw it in the closet, and everybody ignores their malfeasance. Yes, my brother does have a YouTube channel. It's called I Am Joey G, and he records.
Mhm.
We actually got to get him recording again.
Right.
We've had several conversations about that.
Mhm.
No, I don't have kids. No kids over here. But that's a nice compliment, Toenail. Thank you very much for that nice compliment. Yeah, Joey's awesome. Check out his channel. I Am Joey G. It's a lot
It
of
won't
fun.
let you pay.
He does movie reviews.
Yeah,
He's
it
got
won't let you
ideas
pay
for
them.
some of it. He's out of town right now. We got to get him back in town. Yeah, this is scary.
With different
It
last
says,
fours.
a plurality of voters get their news from TV. Yeah.
And even the last four she put in the
Unlike-
email
so
is wrong.
43%. Yeah.
So I'm like trying to look him up. I'm like,
I think this number will continue to
I'm like,
shift,
there's no Christopher
but this
Johnson
is
here.
this
So I
is
searched
troubling,
Christopher
right?
Johnson.
Because
I'm
and,
like,
and they're
oh, she just
panicked
says it
about
wrong in
this.
the email. So
They don't like this at all. But
It's
TV
four-
is
it's
still
4, 5,
extremely
6, 2.
powerful. People write off TV all the
Not 4,
time,
6,
and
5,
you know, there's this marketing guy that I follow a lot.
all right, I
He's
just was just
not
like,
doing
I'm just
well.
shaking
He's,
my head.
you know,
And this poor Matt
having some
Johnson that got
health-related
hired in by
issues, but his
Cyprian
name
still
is,
has not been paid for his last
Dan
week.
Kennedy, and he's written all these books on this, and he's like, you people writing off TV are idiots. He's like, because there was this phase, this
and
fad.
Danielle just
It
ignores
still
me.
is
I'm
right
like,
now.
listen.
Get off
Yesterday I sent an
TV.
email
Get off
saying,
TV.
please
Get
call
all,
me
put
so
all
we
your
can
ads on
discuss this.
Google
This
and Facebook
guy
and all
has
of this
not,
stuff.
you know,
And he's like,
not
man, you guys
been
are
paid
idiots.
for the first
Like,
week of
telling-
May, and it's almost
he was
the
a
last
very
week of May.
He's a very aggressive presenter. So he'd bring this
Well,
room
she
full
sent
of
him
people
over,
and get
but
like
she said
$10,000
she
to be there
confused payroll
and, like,
because she
scold
said
everybody.
this is for week
Get your butts on
430,
TV.
which
You guys don't know
it
what you're
meant
doing.
the
Facebook's a
beginning
joke, you know,
430.
and all this stuff. And then you look at these numbers. Yeah,
It wasn't
Huge,
week ending, so she
huge
just sends me
portions of the
his
country
pay
are
history
on TV.
showing that he's been
They will
paid
never
for all,
get
this,
off
all
TV.
these other weeks. I'm just like,
And that's not going anywhere.
that's not what she
anytime
meant.
soon.
I said,
So
look at which
it is
hours she
important.
said.
They know
We've
that. That's
never
why they
paid him that
threw
amount
Tucker
for those
off of
hours. These are new. Can we pay him?
Because they want to control
Nothing.
all of them, and they do.
So finally,
We
I
got
copied
Fox and
Gina
MSNBC, and
on
they're,
it as
you
well
know, they're
today,
not
but still
that
no
different,
response. But
to be
they're
honest,
worried about this stupid shit.
in many ways.
I ignore. I you know
Yeah,
what, I ignore
Newsmax,
those
right?
freaking
So, like,
emails
I
about,
think,
oh, you're
but
adding
is that
another
still
ID,
TV,
or
or
can you
they
make sure this
are they
person's
still
insurance
TV, or are they
form-
mostly
Are you fucking kidding me?
alternative platforms? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like, but I think is I do.
Yeah,
you know?
a lot of people
It's
only
not
watch
my
TV.
fault that the first
It's just, it's, you know, it's easy. It's
3,
there.
month and a half that we've been using that new insurance form, it wasn't
Not
working
that
right.
complicated.
Nobody told
All
me.
you have to do is just turn it on.
I've been sending it through.
There's a lot of convenience.
Well, it is now. Well, I mean, it's actually
But
showing
at some
completed
point,
now.
I think that the shift will continue to happen. I mean, it's not as good.
It's
of
the
a
it's
product,
not under the
to be
same
honest.
name. It's just look
I
up
mean, there's
2023
half
in the
of a
second
1
drop
hour
down.
show is commercials. You know, when Tucker was on, his shows were about 31 minutes in runtime. That's him on it. And if you bring in the guests that he's interviewing, they take up another 10 minutes.
It is that,
if not more than
no,
that.
it
Maybe
was.
15 minutes.
It used to be
His
the Pet Gym
monologues
thing,
usually
but
8
now
to 10
it's
minutes.
that.
So he does a monologue, and then he does, I don't know, 5-6
Mhm.
minutes of speaking in an interview
Mhm.
for another 20 minutes. I mean, I'm not saying what he does is like not hard. He's a
Mhm.
magician. I don't know how he does it, to be honest. But I'm just saying,
But
as
there's,
a
I don't know. That's
return
I mean,
product,
they're saying that this is how we do it. That's
the
how we
viewer,
do it. I'm gonna keep saying
you get
this.
like 30 minutes of content.
I've printed out
Because if you go on
a
YouTube,
couple
you'll
dozen
go
of
on,
the
you say, hey,
last
watch,
paper,
watch this show without.
but, that's on
commercials, like
them.
Tucker
If
Carlson's
they want
no
insurance, fill that
commercials or
shit
something.
out.
You can see it.
There's
then
no way in
they'll show you
fucking
there that
hell
there's
that they can automatically
30
put
minutes,
that on
21
somebody
minutes,
if they
29
didn't
minutes, 32
opt out.
minutes.
They
All the
cannot
rest
do
of it is
that.
just commercial. So it's like, man, it's hard to watch that. Versus going online, getting a live stream, and just getting a couple plugs for field.
But you can't legally. They don't even require it when you do taxes
Yeah.
anymore to show proof that you had insurance.
I think that as more and more people like Tucker might bring enough people over.
These people,
different
in certain positions
platform.
over there in corporate,
and
see
I
the
don't know, I'm hopeful
necessity
that
for
those
their
numbers
job going
continue
away.
to
So now
shift.
they're trying to make it.
And quite frankly, we're going to try to ride that wave. As people leave their cable TV talk show hosts and they come onto YouTube,
No,
want them to join our show. Join our
I won't be attending. I've known how to do a sign. I taught Aviante.
Join us here. This is better.
I know how to do. I know how to end assignments. I'm sorry. Do I get to all the people that never show up that are already activated before they even show up?
A satellite
to
phone,
No, I
but
don't.
I'm thinking about
I'm
getting
sorry.
a ham radio. Republicans have to stop.
I don't have
typing and
time.
broadcasting their counter moves. There's no good media coverage, and they need to rely on the political sucker punch. This is a great point. The Republicans are actually beefing up their online game.
Either the socials
I've been
match or
noticing
they don't.
They are all forming YouTube channels now. Lindsey Graham has a YouTube channel. They all have their own individual YouTube channels. They're all creating their own individual Twitter profiles.
I got enough responsibility. I'm fucking doing 2 offices every day. I've been on fucking second shift since November, which was supposed to be temporary.
Got 2,000 subscribers. They're all starting from zero.
You know what? I'm doing more than
enough. To build. I think it is extremely
I got to go to an appointment on
important.
Thursday, so I'm not going to be able to do the lunch.
Yeah. Bonnie says, "Hey, you work all day, no time or energy to do your own research. Research is hard."
No, they were talking about a birthday thing.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh, it's Friday? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
No, right, I get it. Like, so you just turn on the TV and just tell me what happened, right? Just educate me on.
Okay, where are we doing it?
What's going on? And do the thinking for me.
That's fine. That's fine. Just they're at the office or Electro Prime? Okay, me. All right. Okay, Sabrina's coming over. Yeah. Okay. I'll be there.
So I've got one more story that I wanted to hit.
Oh, that was nice of her. That was nice of her. You too. Yeah.
And hey, thank you, Maybe Sunshine. Hey, Maybe Sunshine, sending a super chat. Thank you for that. Maybe
that's fine. If you want to change it,
Happy
that's fine
Freedom
too.
Tuesday.
I just need to know I've got an appointment
this May
in the tomorrow, and then I have another one in the afternoon.
And look at that bumblebee floating around, pollinating all of our plants under the beautiful sunshine. It is a beautiful day.
It's my work wife.
Sunshine. Thank you for saying this. Happy Freedom Tuesday. Indeed, indeed. It is warming up all over the place.
She got a new link.
It is May. It's Arizona.
I'm not angry. I'm a little angry at the idiots that work in our corporate office.
All right, so let's hit this Hunter Biden story. Because this.
Yeah, I'm not angry with the person I was talking to at all. It's just my work wife. She's cool as fuck. She's the business. These knees, whatever. You open up this. Oh, shit. Video received a copyright claim. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that when we had the bonfire there, I got, holy shit, there's more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 4, 5, 26, 28 copyright claims. Fuck. I'm just going to mute the ones that are affecting it. This is funny. All right, now where was I? Go live. Got to open up my studio so I can click on his link. Link it. There it is.
It's so dark out here in space. And it's been so long since I've seen a face.
Yeah, I thought I was chatting with you in on what the fuck? On Odyssey, But I guess it shows you as being in chat even if you're not there. It'll. I guess if you follow that channel or have ever been in the chat, if you hit their @ it shows up there. Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty. Yeah, it goes for a while too. But I watched most of it actually. I do have a freaking media video that I missed yesterday.
What's up, everybody? FM out here with Michigan Constitutional Crusader, and we're in Lansing at the Social Security Administration Office of Review. Over there, we got
Freeman just uploaded a video too. Short. Yeah, I do too. And I was driving and was doing other things. That's why I didn't even watch the end of it. It was too hard to watch in the bar. Plus, Watching the Watchers was live again at 6 p.m. local time.
Oh, awesome. Gotta love that. Alrighty then. Let's go see what we see real quick. Nobody in this office. That whole upper floor there. Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, somebody right here, too. Oh, she just went back to work. Oh, no. She got up, popped. Going to the next room.
He's getting on his phone, looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, there's somebody over there, too. Yeah, lady sitting over there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of this.
I think she's on YouTube, it looks like, while she's at work. I could be wrong, but... Huh. Isn't it? I guess the Social Security thing might be on the second floor. Possible. Because this is advanced rheumatology. Yeah, that's where the guard went, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, here it tells us, right. Second floor, Social Security Administration, Adjudication and Review.
We can totally walk through the building with our cameras on.
Yeah, you can go. We can go to the Social Security Administration building office. Should be able to. I mean, I don't know if it's invite only. You know what I mean? Could be invite only.
I don't think I got anything here.
Not generally open to the public. You know what I mean? But the public is allowed to come here. All the upper windows there you see is also security for your adjudication and review of your disability. So I'm assuming that gated parking over there was Social Security's. They usually have gated parking at all their facilities. The federal government provides for them quite well. Excuse me.
D Man 73 thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow on Rumble.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I've been called worse. That's right. That's right. I agree. What's this place? Oh, she says she's going home. There's somebody right there. Yeah, right there. Sitting at the desk there. You got pillows. I need a pillow. I'm kind of tired.
Pillows and IVs.
Oh, I don't need an IV. I could use a pillow or two. Like dialysis or something?
I don't know, maybe.
It said rheumatology up front, but who knows? Maybe it's something different. Oh, we've got a gathering. Yeah, the lady that was just in the car. There's somebody here, a lady in scrubs, and they're conversing.
Shit.
Oh, she's gonna come down here. Imagine that. Yeah, it kind of looks like that. That's usually the type of gating or fencing they have at the Social Security places.
Hmm.
What are you guys recording for?
Huh?
What are you guys recording for?
Huh?
What are you doing?
Huh?
Don't haunt me. What are you guys doing?
Huh? Huh?
Don't hum. He is pretty cool. It was nice meeting him in person. Wish we'd had more time. We were to grab something to eat, but it was already getting late after he had to deal with that gun pulling incident. I guess he's supposed to go pick up his phone and shit today. But he's pretty much going to keep himself out of it. He's afraid that they're going to dig a hole for him in Calhoun County. He's gotten a lot of subtle threats.
Huh?
It's Social Security easier. Makes it public.
It does. Yeah, I was coming to document the building so I could put it on Google for Google photos of businesses. You know, from
show people how to get Social
if
Security.
if you look up that charity from
Like
Buchanan
blue,
we went
dark
to.
blue?
If you no, I'm not going in. If you go to Google and you look up that charity from Buchanan, a picture of the guy from my video shows up as a Google photo for the business.
Oh, yeah?
Yep, it's hilarious.
What are you doing?
Can I help you?
No, I'm new.
Because this is a private practice, a medical facility, it is illegal for
Why did you fart? Did you fart?
Windows here where there are patients, just as you would like your HIPAA laws.
Well, HIPAA only has to do with digital medical records, and you're the only one that can violate HIPAA. No, that has not. No, privacy has nothing to do with your digital records.
I guess my question is, your beef is with up there. Why are you?
Oh, we're just documenting the building. I'm just documenting the building for Google.
That's fine. Please just don't put the phone in the window.
I didn't put my phone in the window. What are you talking about? No, I didn't. I was on the sidewalk, dude. Oh, you talking about over there? Over there? Oh, well, I mean, that's why you got blinds, really. Well, if you close the blinds all the way and turn the louvers, I mean, your blinds are closed. I can't see you. You can't see me. I mean, if I can see it, I'm going to record it. No, lady, we just told you, you gotta close your blind. You gotta close your blinds. Because we're in public. We're in public. Huh. Weird. Oh, yeah? Sure. I mean, that's why they got blinds all across here. There's blinds on all these windows. And I can't really see anything because there's a lot of glare. And maybe they don't realize that. But, I mean, I didn't see a single patient. I didn't see a single patient anywhere. So, I mean, they're running around in there like crazy. See, there you go. See? One down. Three more to go.
There's no patients.
Yeah, I didn't see a patient anywhere. And I looked before I turned my camera that way.
I did too.
But, you know, they want to act like we're doing something intrusive when all we're doing is being on the sidewalk here. And over there, yeah, we kind of, you know, looked in the window to see what we could see, but it was just people working. There was no patients.
We didn't try to zoom in on any documents later.
No.
Either.
Well, no.
Even though they should have those, put away.
Right, they should. Yes, I agree.
Song would you sing to that lady? That's a good question.
Oh, it's a defective blind. We know a guy. So they still I guess I'll walk around there and see. Oh, right. She's trying to close them, yeah. I guess this is a really bad place to put a government office, right? Social Security Administration didn't really think this location out thoroughly. They did not anticipate the development of cell phone cameras, perhaps.
Being denied for not having his passport on his person, he began recording. You're denying me?
So we've seen the lady in scrubs up here talking to somebody outside. I want to make sure law enforcement didn't show up. Or maybe she's talking to security. Oh, there they are. Oh, it's just two women.
Yes, please call the police. After the short video, the employee called 911 and reported a disturbance. But before we continue, Extra has been one of the longest supporters of this channel.
So I guess we'll see if the police show up. They could come from any direction. It could be Ingham County, or it could. I think we're technically in Lansing still. I think we're technically in Lansing. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, see, there's a gate to the Social Security parking. Like I said, it didn't look like there was a whole lot of people there, but maybe they parked out here too. Who knows? Maybe they didn't use their gated parking.
Probably gonna.
I just like saying
end this
gated
after
parking.
these short couple of them.
It's a joyful word to say.
How much longer on this one? This.
Oh yeah.
I was expecting to see you pop up that back door. I was just getting a long video cam back.
Oh yeah.
Lady stood there for a few minutes. See, that guy went outside looking for you.
I moved the truck
Oh, did you?
up here to the front. Yeah.
Get extra smoke on you?
They're in the truck.
Pow wow.
Huh.
Yeah, man, it does the pow wow. I wonder if they got educated over the phone or what.
I know. I'll wait a little bit longer and then we're out.
Right. I'm tempted to go in and go up to the second floor.
Yeah, and see what we see, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we could.
I mean, yeah, why not?
Doesn't say that they're not open to the public.
Right.
What's this?
All open to the public.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Falls under federal jurisdiction because of the Social Security Administration.
Yeah.
That means that the local cops have no authority here, technically.
Well, probably not on the second floor anyway.
Or the hallway.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe if it was a federally owned building like some of them are. Right. Technically.
Think about it, that's how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be back, Jonathan Gruff, in the Hamilton.
Yeah, there's no other way to get to it but going inside there and through the hallway and up the elevator or stairs. It's not like they have an additional outside entrance.
Oh, I thought you said Holy Toledo.
Okay.
What do you think?
I don't care.
Let's do this.
So mad.
It's there. Should have just held the door open so we
I know, right? Sorry, we got to come back down anyway. They'll probably throw us out of here. If it's anything like the administration office,
Right.
they won't even let you get into the vestibule. Please check in at the window through the door to your left. Cool.
Employees only, so we gotta go through that.
Enter here and check in at the window. Closed up. They're locked up.
We open till 4:30.
Yeah, what time is it?
4:30.
No, it's 3:58. Yeah, and they say it's open till 4:30. So they are definitely not open to the public right now.
That's weird.
It is please use other door deliveries. Uh-huh.
Inside the office.
Uh-huh.
Huh. Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that federal law, man. That stuff's tricky.
Are those guys out in Colorado, I think it is?
Colorado and California have been going into Social Security Administration offices. Because technically, I mean, that's a violation of the First Amendment in a public space. Now, in the private offices and in the interview rooms, in places where the public generally just can't be, without being escorted, then yeah, but in the public spaces, you're absolutely allowed to record.
Right.
In all government buildings. Do we need to wait around for the police to come? Did you guys call the cops? Oh, okay, cool. Well, I guess we'll just hang around your windows then. Just prolong our stay.
I think that might have been an officer at the back door, but I'm not sure.
I don't think it was. It looked like somebody in scrubs. It really did. So, I'd say we skedaddle out of here. Sure. Move on to the next thing. All right, y'all. We'll see you there, and God bless.
But the Constitution and settled case law protect all verbal insults of police. Numbnuts, bitch-ass parent, even
A couple more, and
munchkin
I'm closing
motherfucker.
this out. Oh, I'm
They
going to
are
go live
all
again
allowed.
out at the ball field, sir. We're on the way out there as well. I just want to see how well the signal is out there in Oregon. Let's do James Freeman first.
Hey everybody, it's James Freeman, and today's video is coming to us from Cody Highroller on YouTube and features one of the fastest First Amendment retaliation arrests I've ever seen, conducted by Tabitha Brown of the Arlington, Texas Police Department.
Excuse me? Do you even know what the interference law is? I'm allowed to cross the road and stand on a public sidewalk. Yeah, I can stand on a public sidewalk, ma'am. That's because you tried to stop me. I guess I'll stay on the sidewalk then.
What did I tell you? Would you like to go to jail for interference? I said,
You don't. Interference is a physical act, ma'am. I'm not interfering with your investigation, ma'am. You have crime scene tape up? You have crime scene tape up, ma'am? What's the interference law? You don't even know the law, do you? It'd be an unlawful arrest if you arrest me. So what's your name and your badge number, ma'am? It's not interference. Interference has to be a physical act.
Turn around. You're under arrest. Do not resist me.
Cody Highroller was arrested and charged with interference with public duties by Tabitha Brown, and the Tarrant County prosecutor has agreed to even prosecute the case. Their contact information is in the description below. The only post she's made public on her Facebook page is one that I couldn't agree more with, where she posted the flag of evil with the text, "Evil is powerless if the good are unafraid." If you are attacking people and taking the life, liberty, and property of those who haven't harmed anybody else, you are the evil. I'll probably do an update on this case after the charges are dropped and the lawsuit is filed. But if you really want to keep up to date on what's going on with this, make sure that you're subscribed to Cody Highroller and that you ring the bell so that you get notified every time he posts a video updating about it. Also, make sure to head over to the merch store, check out some awesome designs we've got, including the Back the Blue Till It Happens to You and the Tank Top versus Wife Beater.
Claiming that you're a federal officer, then maybe you can understand the words that are coming out of my mouth a little bit more clear for the third time.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. On the 9th of May 2023, a resident of Puerto Rico flew into New Orleans and upon his arrival, went to the Hertz rental car kiosk to pick up a vehicle he had reserved and paid for in advance. The Hertz employee denied him service, apparently confused about the man's citizenship. Fact is, Puerto Rico is not a foreign country. Puerto Rico is an unincorporated U.S. territory, and Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens, and the driver's licenses issued there are valid U.S. government identification cards. So after being denied for not having his passport on his person, he began recording.
You're denying me because I have a driver's license, which is a valid ID. It is a valid ID. It is a prepaid reservation. I already. Yes, please call the police.
After the short video, the employee called 911 and reported a disturbance. And before we continue, Extra has been one of the longest supporters of this channel. In fact, in 2020, I currently have my eye on the Senate, as well as started their sale early, which goes now until June 20th. And you can get up to 35 uniformed Kenner Police Department officer arrived on
Kenner?
scene to keep the
Oh,
peace.
shit.
But instead, the officer acted like an insufferable prick.
Gentlemen, we have a policy here where if you're going to rent with a out-of-state license, you have to have your passport. My social in there, let him know they have to have his passport. In that instance, he got outraged and he also started recording everybody. And I asked him to leave, and now he doesn't want to leave and continues to record and give them a hard time.
What's the issue? First, I disagreed with her version of the facts. I did not expect anyone. I was very polite.
Surprising absolutely no one, the officer's first issue is with the man recording.
I did record because I wanted to make a point.
You're recording to make a point?
I want to make a claim to Hertz, a fictional claim to Hertz, because I'm being denied prepaid reservation. I'm a gold member for many years. I'm talking years. I've been renting with Hertz for like
I don't care.
But just to give you the context, for over a decade, I've been renting with Hertz.
Don't care.
I have never been denied because I'm a resident of Puerto Rico. I live in Puerto Rico. I'm a retired federal law enforcement officer, which you can only be a federal law enforcement officer if you're a United States citizen. So by virtue of that, I'm going to explain that to them. I don't have my passport because I don't need to travel with my passport when I'm in the United States. I don't have it with me. The license in Puerto Rico is a valid U.S. government ID. Has a license in Louisiana, in Texas, Florida, and Alaska. It is considered by law a valid U.S. government identification.
You've already explained that to me 2 different times. So what's the issue with their policies and you?
I need to get to my son who's waiting for me, so I want to process. I have a prepaid reservation already paid for. It's not that I'm making a new reservation. It's been paid for the 3 weeks. So they're denying me the reservation. That's basically my complaint.
Because they need a passport. Correct? So what's the issue?
That's the first time I heard that from her.
Okay.
Without being told or having been provided with evidence, the officer automatically assumes that the man caused a disturbance.
So what's the issue? I understand your personal issue not getting a vehicle, but if they can't reach the vehicle, is there any reason to cause a scene in there and have us come out here?
I showed them this
same question,
which is proof.
If they need if it doesn't, regardless of what your driver's license says, if they say
this is another valid U.S. ID.
Okay, if you're claiming that you're a federal officer, then maybe you can understand the words that are coming out of my mouth a little bit more clear for the 3rd time. If they say you need a passport, you don't have one, and they say you need a passport to rent a car, what is your problem? If they need a passport, and you don't have one, then what's the problem?
I need to speak to your supervisor.
What is that dividing line that you can't figure out that they're not going to rent you a car without a passport?
Let me clarify. They said to me there, not what you said right now, that if you are from out of state, like if you're from Texas or California, you need to show your passport.
You're in Texas or California, you have a Texas or California driver's license.
No, but you said that if you are from out of state, you need to show, but that's not out of country, that's U.S. When you travel from Puerto Rico to mainland USA.
Regardless of what, sir, we've had multiple different customers that come here that have an out-of-the-country driver's license that present a passport,
But this is not an out-of-country driver's license.
He's explained it to you, I'm explaining to you. But for what we cannot rent you. And because you recorded us, now you're not going to be able to work with her ever. Because you shouldn't have recorded us ever.
I recorded what was being said to me, man.
All right, we're gonna go. We're not gonna keep going in circles here. It is midnight. This is ridiculous, and I'm saying that ridiculous. We're not gonna do this crap anymore. Is that pretty clear? Okay. All right. So you can find your way out the parking garage or second or third floor inside a rental car. We are not gonna sit here for any longer and bicker over this nonsense. If you're not getting a car,
what about that I prepaid?
Okay. They've got this thing called the corporate office. You can send all your videos that you recorded to them and try to get your money back. We are not going to sit here tonight and do this shit anymore.
And I'm not gonna get refunded.
They probably don't have the capacity to do it. You probably got to call the corporate office. Like I said for the second time. And see your ID, please. Yours as well, too, please.
No, I'm doing this out of principle.
No, you're doing this because I'm telling you to leave. So that's unfortunately what's going to happen. We don't need any more disturbances.
Slowing down production for me.
I have a picture of my passport. Is that enough? I have a picture of my phone of my passport. Would that be enough? I remember I have a picture of my passport. I can show it to you or the officer.
So do you know good to show it to me? I don't care to see it.
Y'all on the wrong floor, go down one. This is not Aiden. This is Hertz, Dollar, and Christie. All right. This is the third floor.
Here?
Mm-hmm.
This is my passport. You want to see it? I'm showing you my U.S. passport. And you guys still deny me the rest of
You don't even have it here, sir. You don't have it here. That's physically here.
Why? You don't require that from someone who came from who traveled from Texas.
You done? You can leave.
All right, sure. Which way do I go to?
Right past that car down the escalator, down the stairs.
Can I go down there that way?
I don't care which way you go.
Thank you.
As the man is about to leave, the officer says, "Do not come back up here and cause any more disturbances."
Do not come back up here and cause any more disturbances.
But it appears the man misheard the officer and thought he had said, "You're going to call what? Border services?"
What's your phone number?
What order, sir?
504-405.
The man posted his video to social media, which prompted a response from the Kenner Police Department. It addresses the claim that the officer said he was going to call border services. Obviously, in the video he did not. But the press release also states that the Kenner Police Department has initiated an administrative investigation because the officer did not represent the department well. As a private company, Hertz should have no real obligation to serve anybody they don't want to. But it wasn't the decision of the company. It was the decision of their employees, as it is not Hertz policy to require a passport from U.S. citizens. It's clear in the video that neither the officer or the Hertz employees knew that the man's license was as valid as any other license issued in any other state. But thanks to the officer's failure to provide clarity, nothing was resolved, and the man sought services from another company. The most stunning thing about this entire situation is not that the officer could have provided clarity to the situation based on the fact that Puerto Rico is not a foreign country, and that he seemed completely oblivious to that fact. Rather, it's that this was his idea of, quote, keeping the peace.
Okay, if you're claiming that you're a federal officer, then maybe you can understand the words that are coming out of my mouth a little bit more clear for the third time.
Which in the scope of things could be condensed down to a bitter man with expectations of not having to work at midnight.
All right, we're not gonna keep going in circles here. It is midnight. This is ridiculous.
And instead flexing his ego and hiding behind his badge to do it.
Hertz released this statement apologizing, saying they do accept Puerto Rican driver's license from their customers renting in the U.S. without requiring a valid passport.
Thanks for watching. If you have a video, use the submit link in the description
needs to be
or
fired.
comment. If you enjoyed this one, subscribe and hit the bell for future content. And check out our other channels, Lady Lackluster and The Odd Side. Remember to like, share, and leave a comment about what you think of this interaction. It's the easiest way for you to help expose corruption and misconduct. Merchandise is available using the links below. Join the Lackluster family for just $1 if you'd like to further support the channel. Get a Lack logo next to your name, custom emotes, and early access to videos. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. All links are down below.
All right, y'all. We'll kill this. I probably started back up. Let's say set up a stream for Little League game I'm going to. We'll be recording in a park, public park. Talk to you guys later. I'm gonna play my song on the way out.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it, get after it. Get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want